Laura, and she'll be joining us by phone for the first little bit of our meeting. And I anticipate today that what we'll be doing is what we did in the last meeting, is just going through page by page and trying to approve as we go along, so that we take this in chunks. I don't know, Jenny, how your comments are organized, but that's how I plan to proceed.
Yes, that's as we go through each slide, I've looked at those and made recommendations. So
okay.
It looks like we're still waiting for board member Cannon, and that's it. And the meeting is now being live streamed.
Okay. Looks like it's 5 o'clock. Welcome everyone to our special standards and assessment meeting of August 24th, 2021. This is a continuation of our earlier August standards and assessment meeting. We got to a point where we needed some extra time to address this one agenda item. Board leadership approved an extraordinary meeting. And so we have some time this evening to work on the training for the new rule R277-328. We received a lot of public comment from parents, from our education community, and appreciate that comment. We will not be taking additional public comment in this meeting, as this is just a continuation of the previous meeting. So we will, looks like we do have a quorum, but we are missing Janet still, at least on my screen. I'm still not seeing board member Cannon. So that being said, is there any housekeeping, Patty or Nora Lee, that we need to take care of before we dig in?
No, I have reached out to board member Cannon to see if she hasn't responded yet.
Okay. So looking at the materials that we have, I think we got through slide 6 during our last meeting. And I don't plan to go back and revisit any of those earlier slides unless we run into something as we're going through, or we need to go back and look at those. But we'll pick up then in your packet. Slide 7 is just a placeholder slide. And if we go to slide 8, this is requirements for educational equity professional learning. It may be helpful for all of our committee members to have a copy of the rule also up on your computers. That's R277-328. But the wording on the slides is taken verbatim, I believe, from the rule. So as we did last time, we'll start with the slide itself. Any comments on any part of that slide, including the graphics, the presentation, that we want to comment on or make changes in this meeting? Committee members, do we have anything on this one? It looks like
on the actual slide, right? We're not talking about comments yet.
On the slide itself. I just had a question about these triangles. They show up on a couple of the slides. Is there some special meaning to those triangles that I'm just a graphic design?
Hanson, there's not. It's part of the design. They can be taken off. Any of the designs can be changed. If you'd like them taken off, we can just note that.
Okay. Well, and I imagine that we will be finessing these somewhat as we go forward. I just wondered, they show up on a couple of slides and didn't know if I was missing something. Okay. So I'm moving then from the slide. Doesn't look like we have any hands up there, down to the speaker notes. Any comments on those? These talk about those two elements and how they should be presented. Looks like Jenny has her hand up. Please,
I do. And I'm sorry, when I transition from pages to an email, it drops my coloring and everything. So I'm not sure how to do this real quick, but I have some recommendations. What's the best way to do that?
I think, we can just discuss these and then we'll have a motion and we'll vote on the motion and make the changes that the committee approves. So if there's some open discussion, let's go through and talk
Yeah.
over it for a minute, and then I'll cut that off and we'll go into the motion.
Okay, I'm looking here. I actually would like to strike, this language is generally expressed but not stated exactly. I just don't know why we have this here, that where that dot is. I have some language. Let me see if I can actually get it sent to Jeff, though. I'm just recommending. Give me just 1 second here. Oh my goodness. I guess I could read it off, right? It just,
Sure.
I sent it and I don't know why my computer's not engaging with me. Okay, so the language I would like to recommend, I can't get my, okay. So it would be to cancel that, that's just my recommendation to that whole statement there, clear down to, yep, down to school setting, and to replace it with something like this. This can be accomplished by recognizing, sorry, Jeff, the contributions made by ethnically diverse community members. My whole screen's frozen. Oh, here we go. Sorry. Ethnically diverse community members, and including parents in the dialogue, period. Parents play a critical role when understanding the culture in a child's home and providing perspective about their child/children. And if you want, did you get most of that? Critical role in the child's home and providing perspective about their child or children. I don't know if you need to add the EN as well. So.
Okay, then why don't you go ahead, Jenny, and speak to that, and then we'll just take some comments from other board members, and then we'll get into a little bit more formal
Sure.
process where we're, using it. Maybe we can make some friendly changes if those need to be made based on comments from other committee members, and then we'll go from there.
Yeah, I just think, excuse me. Couple of things. I don't know that we need to state generally expressed in Portrait of a Graduate. I'm not sure it's necessary to do that. It just doesn't seem necessary. And then please note that diverse community a student belongs to and encounters in the outside of the school setting. To me, while that is true, that they are members of a diverse group, really, if we get back to what the culture of the home is and what the parent is interested in, I think we have less problems within the educational setting. In other words, we're meeting the needs of the student and the parent's expectation, and meeting the needs of what they have going on within their home. But still, we're still acknowledging that there's diverse community members that would collaborate, but we want to do that in conjunction with parents. I just think that's a key thing that needs to take place here. Those are my thoughts.
Okay, any other comments on this one? I've got a hand up from Laura, it looks like, and then Brent. So Laura, please, and then Brent, you'll follow.
I'm hoping that I'm not too broken up. Am I okay?
Now we can hear you.
Jenny, on your first line, you said diversity or something like that. Can we take that out? Would you read your first sentence again?
I
I'd be
can read
happy
that.
to.
Oh,
Oh, yeah,
go
or
ahead.
Scott can. Sure.
No, go ahead, Jenny.
Well, it says this can be accomplished by recognizing ethnically diverse community members, including
Okay.
parents in the. Okay.
Okay, ethnically diverse. Can we just put diverse?
Yeah.
Okay, friendly amendment then to Just take
Yeah.
diverse out of there, or ethnically out of there.
Thank you.
And then, Jenny, what you read and what's on the screen is a little bit different. Recognizing the accomplishments of diverse community members. Is that accomplishments is supposed to be there? Is that right? Oh, Jenny? Hello?
Sorry, I'm reading away here. Let me,
Okay.
yeah, it says
Yeah.
this can be accomplished by recognizing the contributions made by diverse community members and including parents in the dialogue. So I think maybe we missed it a little bit there.
Okay, just wanted to make sure because what you read wasn't exactly what we have.
Yeah, thanks.
Okay, Laura, anything further?
Oh, not right now. Sorry, Chair. I'll take my hand down.
No problems. Brent, please go ahead.
Yes, I agree that adding parents into the collaborative model here is just fine. I don't think we need the very last sentence, but I'm not for striking the language we currently have, and here's why. I think it is absolutely essential that we reference Portrait of a Graduate. This is it's part of our mission statement. It's part of the direction of the board. I think the connection of Portrait to the Graduate in this training is absolutely essential. And so I'm absolutely fine with that first sentence that's added, but I'm against striking the part up there. If I'm giving the presentation, that little piece of information and the reference back to Portrait of a Graduate is very important because it gives a foundational base of what we're trying to accomplish. Let me read Jenny's through again. This can be accomplished by recognizing the contributions made by diverse community members and include parents in the dialogue. Absolutely. That's awesome. Parents play a critical role in the child's home, and that to me is, I guess I could live with it. I don't have anything against that at all. Seems a little wordy, but I could live with that. It's the speaker's notes. The speaker gets to express that. I think an expression of that as part of the collaboration between the different stakeholders here is valuable. But I don't want to strike what was already there. Thank you.
Okay. Any other comments? Doesn't look like we have Janet joining us yet. Let me just,
Janet has joined and she has her hand up.
there she is. Hey, welcome, Janet. And please speak.
Well, I was just putting in my 2 cents worth. I think the last sentence there is extraneous, that it's a statement, but I don't know that it's really on the topic that we're addressing at this point. So I would believe that striking that last sentence would be appropriate. And I do align myself with having the including parents in the dialogue as something that would be good to keep in there.
Okay, thank you. I have, I think, one question for staff, and I believe that second sentence where we say, please note that diverse communities refers to the larger community a student belongs to, encounters in and outside of school setting. I believe we had some other language that was talking about professional learning communities, which are more of a teacher and administration kind of oriented setting. So I think that was put in there to distinguish between professional learning communities and the communities that are being referred to here. Is that right, staff? Is there someone who can help
Correct.
me on that?
Yeah, that is correct.
Okay, thank you. So Jenny, you've got your hand up, and I think given what we've just heard, are there modifications that you'd like to make here? And then we'll go into a formal, I think, motion
Sure.
and amendments and that sort of thing.
Okay, I'm fine with leaving in the portrait of graduate part. I just felt like where it was generally expressed, it just wasn't necessary. But the second part, students don't belong to communities. They reside in communities, they partake of different things going on in communities, but the community, they don't belong to communities. They belong to families that engage in the communities and engage in schools and things. So I have a concern with that particular sentence. If it could be reworded, if we're trying to say something else and want to reword that, it doesn't sit right with me that we're suggesting that somehow those students belong to someone outside of their family. They may feel included. I mean, there's lots of things that community could be, right? But belonging, I don't know. It's just one of those words that I have concerns with.
Okay. So we'll go to board member Straight, and then we'll try to move it forward with the formal motion after that. Go ahead, Brent.
So I just want to be true to the principle of what we're doing here. In essence, we're saying this is professional training for administrators and teachers, those at the point that the teacher then implements equity in their classroom or puts this together and understands it and contemplates it, then they can bring parents in at that point. So I don't know how to word that necessarily, but I think where we're at is that we keep the original language, and I think we can leave that first sentence of the amendment. I don't know if it needs to be wordsmithed a little bit, but I'm not in favor of keeping that second sentence from Board Member Earl. I think it's extraneous as well.
Okay. Appreciate the comments. Jenny, do you want to go ahead, given all the comments, and just make a motion here, and then we'll work to that?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay.
How do you want me to go about doing that? Just to accept
I just
what we-
want you to give us the language that you think should be stricken and the language you think should be
Okay,
included, and then we'll go.
I do think that parents do play a critical role, but I do think we're fine to including parents in the dialogue. Would be fine if we wanted to remove that last sentence.
Okay.
So my motion would be to strike, please note that diverse community. Sorry, I'm having my pictures are actually in the way of some of this reading.
No.
Am I saying that right? Is it the diverse community? It's something else is there. It's something else beyond. Anyway, something community a student belongs to and encounters in and outside the school setting. I would still like that stricken unless we could change that language a little bit. And then with my amended language there, this can be accomplished by recognizing diverse community members. And is there something more after recognize? Sorry, my screen is kind of.
Yeah, let me then quote what I think.
Oh, I've got it. Here we go.
You got it? Okay.
Yep, sorry, I just went small screen on mine. This can be accomplished by recognizing contributions made by diverse community members and including parents in the dialogue.
Okay, and then striking then that last sentence that's on the screen.
Yeah, we can, yeah, I feel like that's, although, what if, okay, before you strike that, what if we, something about the perspective about their child, we're including them in the dialogue because they provide a unique perspective about their child, right? That's the reason why we're including them. Could we do, and including parents in the dialogue by I don't know if by providing works, by providing perspective about their child, or because of the unique perspective they have about their child. Maybe, I don't know if that works for everyone.
Okay, let's just get, I think we've got a couple of hands up, like we'll just address those. But then Jenny, while we're listening to these, if you could just get us out a motion and say, this is the way you want it to go. And then
Okay.
we'll amend that and we'll move forward. I think we've kind of understand where the group is so we can get into that process. So I've got Patty and then Laura, please.
Chair Hansen, I was just going to respond to Board Member Earl when she asked for a clarification on students belong to. She also made the statement of engages in. That could be appropriate in their community a student engages in. And that would be something, and I just pulled it from the words you used when you were explaining it.
Okay, I think that would work.
So you're saying in substitute for belongs, engages in something. Okay. Let's go to Laura.
I'm just trying to get clarity on exactly what this motion is. And does it stop after dialogue? Is that where the motion ends for the new language?
We don't have a motion yet, I don't think. We were still kind of wordsmithing on it. So if you have a comment about what you would like to happen, please do it. And then we're going to get back to Jenny and we're going to get a motion on the table.
Sorry, I thought we were done. I think including parents in the dialogue is appropriate because that they already bring their unique perspective. I don't think we need to state that.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Brent, your hand was up. And then down.
Well, the one thing I was going to change got added already.
Okay. Back to you then, Jenny, for the motion, and then we'll
Okay, here's
go
the
forward.
motion. Strike, oh, no, let's see, belongs to, instead of that, could we do engages and encounters in and outside, or do we need engages in? Does that make sense? Does it need to be grammatically? So engages, and if we need in there, then to leave it. If not, engages and encounters in outside, I think it's fine that way. And then adding, this can be accomplished by recognizing the contributions made by diverse community members and including parents in the dialogue.
Okay.
Based on comments, we'll leave it at that.
So
Striking.
strike the last sentence. And then the first part about the portrait of a graduate, is that in or out, Jenny, in your motion?
That
Right
was,
now, that shows
that was
stricken.
in. Yep, leave it
Okay,
in.
so we'll unstrike that. And we have a motion before the committee to amend the language to the bullet point under 5 to state that this language is generally expressed but not stated exactly from the portrait of a graduate. Please note that diverse communities refers to the larger community a student engages and encounters in and outside of the school setting. This can be accomplished by recognizing and I think recognizing needs to be spelled, do a spell check there, recognizing the contributions made by diverse community members and including parents in the dialogue. So that's the motion. Any comments to the motion? Okay, not seeing any hands up. We'll go ahead and vote. And I've got, looks like all green, Nora Lee. Is that what you're seeing? I see unanimous on that.
That's correct, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Okay, anything else on this slide? Looking for hands. So on 6, we are just,
So I do have recommendation there.
okay. Please go ahead, Jenny.
I'm trying to use some of the language that we've had out of public comment on some of these. I think, Jeff, I think I sent it to you, but if you didn't get it, I don't know. Implementing principles and strategies of inclusion would consist of, so after inclusion, would consist of practices. Sorry. My language is, but are not limited to, and then I'm using some of the language from public comments, so a semicolon. welcoming students to the class, giving each student on it. Oh, I gotta go slower. I'm sorry.
Mhm.
Oh, did you get my language then? Let's see if it's there. Would consist of practices. I need may include stricken because it doesn't make sense. Sometimes I write things 2 or 3 times and add things in each time. So yeah, but are not limited to welcoming students. Let me just read mine and see if it matches. But are not limited to, let's see, welcoming students to class, giving each student honest compliments, asking and welcoming each student's point of view in the class discussion, and eliminating belittling statements. And then strike, as they pertain to students and educators with diverse abilities and backgrounds, which is already stated in our rule. So it's not, just if we can keep this simple. And then inclusion doesn't mean the implied or active acceptance or special recognition or promotion of individual family beliefs, theories designed to push an ideology, political view, or candidate, or association of special interest groups. So in other words, if I can speak to this,
Sure.
we're giving examples of what that would look like, and we're giving examples of some of the things that we've seen going on that we want to be careful of. So we're keeping more of a neutral perspective within the classroom. And it's my understanding that inclusion is not something limited to only one student, right? I mean, it's all students, all teachers and all students would be part of the inclusive classroom. Is that an accurate statement? So that's
I
view it.
think that goes with the definition of inclusion.
Yeah,
Let's,
yeah. So
yeah.
anyways, I'll let you speak to
Okay.
it. Or
No,
others.
I appreciate the effort that goes into adding a little bit to this. The purpose of this training is to explain the rule and to put our teachers in a good position so that they can comply with the rule. And in places where we have maybe just restated the rule, I'm not sure that we add much to that conversation to help them. So the more that we can flesh this out and let the teachers understand, these are some examples, or these are some scenarios that might play out, I think that's going to be helpful. And that allows them to rely on our statements in the training. This training is going to be given more or less verbatim because it's been so sensitive, it's going to be given more or less verbatim from the speaker notes. So there's not going to be a lot of room for the trainer to ad lib and, add to this and make it more understandable. So I think that we need to do exactly what's being proposed here, flesh this out. Just a grammatical thing, I think we have to say welcoming, and then we have to say eliminating belittling statements, just to make that all line up. But I'll look for other comments on the specific language that has come out. And I think we have a comment from Patty first, and then we'll go to any committee members. Go ahead, Patty. Nope, Patty, you're not
Sorry.
mic'd up. There you go.
There we go. Thank you. And thanks for bringing up the fact that this will be read verbatim. So there's not going to be any ad-libbing once this is done. So whoever, narrates this, it will be done as is. The one question I have, just something for the committee to think about, is with this definition as stated in this amendment, it doesn't speak to students with disabilities. And so I don't know if there needs to be another statement added to it now that there's something about diverse abilities has been taken out. So just something for the committee to think about, because there's 2 parts in the original definition in the rule.
Okay, yeah, where it does talk about diverse abilities up above in the rule. Okay, that is something that we should consider definitely as we move forward here. Board Member Straight.
So I do see some value in defining what inclusion is. But inclusion is part of our equity piece. And if we go back to our definition, and so then I think that's the key. So I quickly looked, and I did find that there are quite a few professional articles regarding examples of inclusion in the classroom. And not that this is the gold standard or anything, but I found one of the first ones was they have 5 examples of inclusion in the classroom. Number 1, commit to knowing your students well, and it talks about what that means. Number 2, no matter the subject matter, build on your students' life experiences. That's our second one, with considerable dialogue, with research-based references as well. Number 3, create a classroom learning community. It describes what that is. Number 4, and this is one I think that actually is super important. It's one we hear talked about in regards to equity all the time, and that's hold high academic standards and expectations for all of your students. That's probably the one that I hear talked about the most in from public comment, is that we need to hold those same high expectations, which goes back to our definition of educational equity, and covers what many have seen as the biggest complaint, that you're just going to dumb it down, you're going to have grade inflation. This actually runs counter to that in an inclusive educational background. And the last one, understand your own cultural identity and its consequences. And those are, that's just an idea and suggestion, I think. And I if we're going to add things like that, I would like it to be referenced. I would like it to be professional. And so I do think the examples are important. I just think we need to be more deliberative about what those examples are.
Okay. Appreciate the comment, Brent. And if we'll get to the point here where we're making a motion, you can see what's on the screen. If you're going to have a motion, please get it prepared. You know, if there's certain language that you want to include. And if I'm acting like I'm trying to move us ahead tonight, I really am, because we need to get this one done, and we've got a lot of material to cover to get through these slides. So we need to hear everyone. We need to think. We need to be deliberate, but we also need to keep moving forward tonight. Let's see, Janet, you've got your hand up, please.
Thank you. I am having a difficult time reading this. It's in small print, and is there any way that we could just focus on what's on number 6 that we're looking at, and just bring that forward and take the rest away for a few minutes? Or I don't know, it's just hard for me to see.
Yeah. Jeff,
Okay.
Jeff,
Yeah,
can
please
you,
go ahead, Patty.
yeah, there we go. Yeah, I was going to either say do that or eliminate on this so that we are only seeing the speaker notes and we're not seeing the picture of the slide. We can do that. And oh no, it's not on there. I was going to say, yeah, if you go up to view options at the top of your screen, I'm not sure if it's at the top of your screen or not. It'll say zoom ratio, and there's some ratios right there that can do different sizes for you if you'd like to choose that option as well. So
Okay, it has fit to window or 150%. Is that what you're looking at?
yeah,
Yeah.
so there's a
I can
couple
see it
different
fine
options.
on the white background here. I don't know. It's what we're saying in this last sentence seems negative to me. I'm looking at some other inclusion statements. Here's one from Indiana. It says, inclusion is where all feel welcomed and valued. Inclusion is the act of creating environments in which any individual or group can be and feel welcomed, respected, represented, supported, and valued to fully participate. I don't know. It's this seems like we're going after this from a negative point of view. I like the idea of welcoming students to the class, giving the students honest compliments, asking and welcoming each student's point of view in class discussions, and eliminating, wouldn't it be, welcoming, giving, and eliminating belittling statements.
Yeah, and I think that Jeff could make that edit. That was suggested earlier as well. So we can,
Yeah.
eliminating belittling statements. Okay, go ahead, Janet.
Well, and here's one that defines inclusive school communities are environments where all students, educators, and families feel supported and are extended a sense of belonging regardless of race, ethnicity, gender, learning preferences, socioeconomic status, or education. So it seems like many are coming from a positive point of reaching out for inclusion of students. And I guess it just rankles me a little bit to hear that inclusion doesn't mean this and that and the other.
Okay. Patty, you've still got your hand up. Did you have something else for us, or is that okay? We'll go to Jenny and then to Laura.
You can go to Laura first.
Okay.
Then I have just a couple comments.
Yeah, go ahead, please, Laura.
Thank you, Chair. I actually have heard from the outer space that we are dropping, but are not limited to is left hanging there. We probably need to have that in a different place. But I also, that the last part that Jenny has added, I don't think we need that. I actually really appreciated Janet's comment of inclusion from Indiana, making everyone feel that way. So if Patty could help us fix that first one, and that it, we're limited to, and then I would take out the bottom, either take it out completely or put inclusion is this rather than what it isn't.
Okay. Let's.
Chair Hansen,
Yes.
just a question to Jeff. When it says would consist of, does would mean shall? And that would then make it narrow instead of may? Just asking that of Jeff legally what that would mean.
No, shall's much stronger than would, for sure. I don't know if would turns into a may, but it's not a shall. Go ahead, Jeff.
Yeah, I would agree. Would definitely feels at least more like a may to me. And Brian and Michelle, if you're here, you may correct. There's a legal difference with would. I don't know that we really see would in statutory drafting, so it'd be hard to say what the courts would say. But I do also want to remind all the board members, inclusion is a word you defined in R277-328. So don't forget there is a definition you already have, so you wouldn't want your speaker notes to contradict the definition. Not that they do here per se, but I think we're kind of speaking around the definition altogether. And that's something you might want to consider.
Yeah. Could you throw that on the screen for us, Jeff? That definition. Now, I can just read it while you're pulling it up, but it says inclusion means the practice of ensuring students feel a sense of belonging and support, and to the maximum extent appropriate for students with disabilities, providing access to general curriculum and engagement in regular education classes with peers without disabilities. So given that definition of inclusion, I think what we're talking about here is principles and strategies of inclusion, which would mean, these are methods that we believe will promote this sense of belonging and support and access to general curriculum and engagement for students with disabilities. So that's, given that we have, and thanks for the reminder, Jeff, already defined that, it kind of gives us a direction to head in. And now we're looking at principle to Jenny, I think.
Am
And
I?
I am still here, but I'm going to go off video. I'm getting an unstable internet message.
Okay. Part of the reason why the question is, what are the principles and strategies, right? To list out some of those principles and strategies, I think is completely appropriate. Otherwise, the question is, what are those? And then are there parameters to that, or is it just endless? And I think we're going to have concerns with this, especially if inclusion means endorsement or supporting of political entities or ideologies within the classroom that may not be inclusive of all students or all groups. So whatever we do, it has to be in an environment that is, that is just that. It's inclusive. It doesn't remove or eliminate. So there is a question of what are the parameters? And I think there needs to be parameters. The intent's not to write in a negative connotation or a negative language, but to try to articulate what we do and do not want to see in there. And there probably could be better examples, as Board Member Straight, had listed off some. And I think high expectations is definitely one of those that would be part of that. And we could include just some of the language, providing access to general curriculum, if we wanted to kind of put some of that in there. Anyways, I know we're going to try to move along, but those are my thoughts on that I think we need to see parameters, because we're seeing, so in the name of inclusivity, we're seeing elements of non-inclusive things coming into the classroom.
So are you, Jenny, just a question, and then Board Member Straight, you'll be next. Brent. So I guess we're kind of in this promote and endorse is what you're saying with the second half. Is that right? By being inclusive, need to be careful not to put one ideology or belief above others, or which would be promote, or endorse by saying that that's the recommended way to go, or something like that. That's kind of what the language is doing, saying that.
Yeah, I think you're right. If we make sure we address this later, I think your point's well taken in what you're saying, right?
Mm.
I still don't know if I fully understand what principles and strategies of inclusion are. And that's why it was tried to articulate the parameters, though. And that's why it was included here.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. Let's go to you, Brent.
Thank you. The more I look at 4A and 4B there, I think that's what we want, because we're looking at the 50,000 foot level here. And I know I've observed the professional learning that's going on right now in most districts that are before the school year started. Inclusion was a big part of all of that. Meeting your students at the door, those types of things. Those are strategies for building inclusion. But I think we can maybe get too broad here, and maybe too specific at the same time. So my suggestion is we just put in 4A and 4B. And if we want to then have some examples, one or two that the reader can talk about, teachers will know what ensuring students feel a sense of belonging and support. Teachers know what that is already. But let's put a couple examples, but let's keep it simple. And yeah.
Okay, we've got another hand up from Janet, and then let's make our comments, and then we'll get ready for a motion here. Go ahead, Janet.
Yeah, I find myself thinking along the same lines that Brent's thinking. We've already done this definition of inclusion, and in it, we've incorporated students with disabilities. And I think that's an important point that Patty made to us, that they somehow need to be mentioned in this. We don't want to forget them in inclusion slide. So I would support what Brent had to say about some way incorporating just what we've got here. Then we're aligned, And I think that might be the best way to go.
Okay, do I hear us as a committee then heading towards maybe getting that definition of inclusion into the speaker notes and then some examples of inclusive principles and strategies? Is that what I'm hearing from committee members? Okay,
Yes.
No,
Okay, Patty, you've got your hand up again.
Yes, this actually, I don't know if you want to see it now, but it goes back to when Board Member Belknap asked me to look a different way of wording would consist of practices, but are not limited to. So instead, we could change it to practices that are not limited to the following, and that would clean up that language. So practices that are not limited to the following, that's a suggestion for the committee to consider.
So that would be practices including but not limited to, is that?
Yeah, so instead it say would consist of practices that are not limited to the following.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that seems odd to me. Usually it would say including, but are not limited to, but it's okay.
That's for the committee. Would consist of practices that
include but are not limited
to the following, and then
Following.
so to the following. Yeah, but of course, as board members discuss that.
Okay. We'll come to Laura, please.
thank you. I actually don't know why we would include the definition here and inclusion on this at all.
Okay. Do you want to elaborate as to why, or?
It seems repetitive, that because we already have that. And if that, I think that it's probably going to come up in another slide as well, some other information, but maybe, I don't know. I just don't think it has to be there, or then the people presenting feel like they have to read that.
Okay, they would have to read it if it's here. These speaker notes are meant to be verbatim speaker notes. I don't know, and maybe staff can help me, but I don't recall that in these slides we go over those definitions in detail. Is that correct?
Correct. We don't have any of the definitions that are on this slide deck, so it really speaks to the shalls and the shall nots. Just as a reminder that in the Standards and Assessment Committee meeting in September, we're going to be reviewing definitions that are coming out that are including that. So that'd be like the step 2 piece of this. So step 1 is getting the training out for the rule itself. And then step 2 is to be able to do that guiding framework that includes more that goes with it for educators to look at.
Yeah, but this inclusion definition is already in the rule. I mean, that one's done. Jeff, and then Jenny, is your hand still up from before, or are you? Let's go to Jeff and then we'll come back to Jenny.
I just wanted to reiterate what Patty said. With one exception, we do put the educational equity definition, as you recall, is already earlier on, and it's the only definition we call out in the presentation on the training. So this definition of inclusion you see here in 4A and 4B will not be mentioned anywhere in presentation unless you put it in.
Okay, thank you. Okay, and now I've got no hands up. Are we ready for, here we go. Okay, Janet, you're talking, but we can't hear you. You've got to push a button there.
I put myself on mute.
Then we'll come back to Brent.
Yeah, I think that this definition would be a good thing to have because it is buried in this rule and someone might take the time to go and read it. But if we have it, and it is verbalized in our training, then I think people know where we're coming from and what our lens of inclusion is. And we've already stated it. I like that it includes students with disabilities. So I favor putting it in there and then some examples.
Okay, so Janet, I guess we're at the point. Do you want to make a motion that we include the definition of, so something to the effect of inclusion is defined in the rule as, and then state that definition and then talk about this principles and strategies of inclusion? Is that what you'd
Yes,
like to do?
I tried to write something and put it in the chat box. Just inclusion is practiced by ensuring students feel a sense of belonging and support, including the inclusion of students with disabilities as appropriate in the general curriculum. Someone might be able to do better with the verbiage than that. But anyway, the idea, I will make a motion that we somehow include verbiage that takes that definition of inclusion from the rule and inserts that at the beginning, and then that it be followed up with the examples that we have at the beginning of the red text that shows on our screen, where it gives those, examples. Principles and strategies would consist of practices including welcoming students to the class, giving each student honest compliments, asking and welcoming each student's point of view in class discussions. And that would be my motion.
Okay. We have a motion then before the committee. The motion is to add the definition of inclusion. I understand at the beginning of the speaker notes on this section 6.
Correct.
Is that correct?
Yes.
And then to follow with the examples, as you can see on your screen. So implementing principles and strategies of inclusion would consist of practices, including welcoming students to class, giving each student honest compliments, asking and welcoming each student's point of view in class discussions. And then that's where that would end. Is that right, Janet? So that would be.
Yes, so we would define what it is, then that aligns with what we have in the rule. And then we give teachers what examples of that would look like.
Okay, so that's the motion before the committee. Do we have any comments to that motion? Looks like Jenny, please, and then.
Just a quick comment. I just
Yeah.
hope we can put parameters around this a little bit. I'm not going to vote for it here, hoping that we'll do it later. Just making sure that happens is primarily why I'm voting against that, just because we're seeing some concerns in this area. So.
Okay, and I'll just state, accepting this motion doesn't mean that there can't be another motion to add or subtract, to add more language to this. So we'll just move in pieces if that's the best way to move forward. But I'll certainly entertain another motion if we want to add more language to this part of the slide. Go ahead, Brent.
Yes, I want to respond to that part about we see things out there that are concerning in regards to this. Every example that I can think of, appropriate action was already taken, and we already have processes in place when we step outside of those bounds of professionalism, as has been well documented and out in the community. I absolutely agree with Board Member Cannon regarding adding A and B in regards, especially with those with disabilities. I guess my only beef is with the examples. I really like the first one. The second one, I prefer giving students feedback. That would be more professional in regards to an example of inclusion. And on, where's the other one? Yeah, I'm good with that last one now.
I think I do like feedback better than honest compliments, right?
Yeah, I think I like feedback as Brent, make that an amendment.
Word it.
Honest feedback, so friendly amendment to change that from compliments to feedback.
I don't like the word honest, though. I'm trying to think of
How about genuine?
I like that better.
I agree.
Because it's just not blah, blah, blah. It's very specific and defined. When you give feedback, it's specific, it's defined. So I like that. Okay, I'm done.
Okay. Any other comment to this one? Oh, Michelle had her hand up. Are we okay, Michelle?
I didn't even know I had my hand up. Sorry.
Oh, okay, no problems. Okay, I'm just thinking about this as if these are verbatim speaker notes, probably need to say at the beginning that R277 328 or the rule defines inclusion as the practice of ensuring. Somehow we've got to lead into that. I would think, is that something, Jeff, that you can maybe help us with, just with a lead-in statement so that people know where that definition is coming from? And Brent, I see your hand up. Oh, you're talking and we're not hearing. You've got to hit a button, Brent.
Oops, thank you. So authentic feedback would possibly even be a better term. That's been suggested.
Oh, yeah, I would certainly put genuine back in the, pull that from the table and put authentic in there. That sounds better.
Yes, I agree.
Okay, let's see that lead-in statement if we have that, Jeff. The board has defined inclusion as? Okay. Okay, and then I just have one question before we vote. So I think we've discussed some principles and strategies for A, ensuring students feel a sense of belonging and support. Is there any more we need to add for students with disabilities? Because we do that definition is kind of elaborates, what needs to happen there. Is there more that needs to happen, or what are the feelings on that?
I think you could add just another comment down below that high expectations for all students. Would that cover what we're trying to say there? Because I do like the high expectation, just adding one more down below.
I think yeah, I see some thumbs up, and I think that generally had support when it was raised earlier in the discussion.
Because that would include every.
Without objection, and that also would address the students with disability challenges. Maintain high expectations for all students. I don't remember which committee member raised that. Is there specific language that?
It was me, and I dropped that article. Let me see if I can pull it up. My apologies. Let me see here. Hold high academic standards and expectations for all of your students.
So are we maintaining high expectations for all students? Are we hitting the point there? Okay.
We want to add the word academic. Is that because you just read that off? High academic expectations.
Yeah, although, do we need to reference this if we're going to take it off an article?
Yeah. And we're kind of in a discussion mode, I guess, here, but I would frankly I'm not want to limit it just to academic expectations. I think expectations of, ethical and moral behavior and, getting along with other students and all that, that's not necessarily academic.
Yeah.
I think those should be expectations in the classroom as well when we talk about inclusivity.
Yeah.
Is that, I think we're gonna, if someone would like to make a motion for what's on the screen, we'll go ahead and get organized again here. And then if someone wants to amend, we can try to do that.
So moved.
Okay, Janet's got her hand up. Are you in a motion making mood or you want to go with Brent?
It's okay with me if Brent makes the motion as well. I'm happy with the motion.
Okay, motion before the committee is to amend the speaker notes. This is number 6. Says the board has defined inclusion as the practice of ensuring students feel a sense of belonging and support, and to the maximum extent appropriate for students with disabilities, providing access to general curriculum and engagement in regular education classes with peers without disabilities. Implementing principles and strategies of inclusion would consist of practices including welcoming students to the class, giving each student authentic feedback, asking and welcoming each student's point of view in class discussions, and maintaining high expectations for all students.
What about the word would in there?
Yeah, I just read that and I think we had a discussion about that.
Yeah.
Give us another word, Janet. I don't think it reads
Implementing
well.
principles and strategies of inclusion
Consists of,
consists of, or
Just
may
take it out.
consist of, or whatever.
may consist of.
Or just consists of, might be easier. The may opens it up to there being other possibilities. And do we want to do that?
Personally, I don't think we could come up with a complete list of all the strategies and principles of inclusion. We
Mhm.
want our teachers to be creative in that and, doing what needs to happen in their room.
So I think the may says we are giving you some examples. Others are possible.
Okay. Let's see. And we've got the may in there. I think the comma needs to be pulled as well, right? Implementing principles and strategies of inclusion may consist of practices including, and I know we can do some cleanup with punctuation afterwards, as long as we're not changing the meaning. Okay. We have a motion before the committee to modify, I believe this is number 6 on this slide. Is it number 6 at the beginning? Yeah, to modify the speaker notes, number 6, to read as you can see on your screen right now. Committee members, please vote. Oh, Janet, you've got your hand up still. Is that a vote?
I'm sorry, I raised my hand instead of voting.
Okay.
There we go.
All right, sounds good. It looks like green check marks. I see unanimous, Nora Lee. Is that what you've got?
That's correct, Chair.
Okay, thank you. And we, just as a reminder to everyone, we've got to get to slide 19. I think that some of them will be a little bit quicker than others. We are on slide, what's the next one here?
Slide 7.
Yeah, we're on slide, no, we're not on 7.
Yeah, 8. The last one was slide.
Yeah, so we're moving to slide 9, is that right? So just to give you an idea of where we are. let's look at slide number 9 then, requirements for educational equity, professional learning. We've got the statements from the rule, role model responsibilities, and opportunities to recognize personal responsibility, and the nice bicycle riding graphic. Any changes to that? Board Member Earl. Hand up. Yeah, no? Okay. Let's go to the speaker notes then. Oh, Jenny, I've still got your hand up. Is that? And I can't hear you.
I'm just to the speaker notes, so I would, sorry. I
Okay, let's
skipped a minute ago.
pop those speaker notes up on the screen for us if we
Okay.
can. And we'll start with number 7.
This is, should I give my recommendation? Is that-
Yes, please.
Okay, so my recommendation is to actually eliminate everything after, just to simplify this. And I know we're adding this rule in here. It is just a little bit confusing to me. This doesn't seem like the right place for it. So after the word this, drop the whole rest of the paragraph completely and just add, and I think Jeff has my wording. This means modeling critical thinking by helping students see various viewpoints in evaluating the outcomes. Implementation should consist of empirical data, verifiable evidence, disciplined thinking that is clear, rational, open-minded, and informed by evidence. So we're just saying this is what that role model, the role modeling language to me is really confusing. Maybe that it was really clear to everyone else, but I feel like that was very confusing. And it just simply, this is as simple as it is. This is what needs to happen if you're going to do the various counterpoints and keep it in an impartial manner. You provide evidence, and I actually took Hardis, I can't remember which dictionary I took it from for critical thinking. The end part of that is from one of the dictionaries. I probably should have cited that. Do you want me to try to find that?
Yeah, if we're going to adopt it, we'll want a citation if we're, pulling something verbatim. But let's have some discussion about the suggested amendment here. So Jenny, your idea is that you strike everything then that's highlighted in blue and replace it with the underlined portion. Is that right?
Yeah, I feel like we address this later. I just not sure this is necessary right here under critical thinking, various counterpoints. It just didn't seem like it fit as well here for me.
Okay, and maybe for some context, I think, and staff help me, R277217 talks about the role model responsibility. Is that correct? And we've used that language in this part of the rule. So I think that's what brought this in, if I remember right. And can staff comment on that?
Yes, it's the part of the professional educator standards. And with the professional educator standards, and that tied it back to the piece in there that was just deleted. And that piece was that they're a moderator while leading rich and diverse discussions and not infusing or advocating for one's own personal beliefs. So that was a piece that was in there that as a teacher, they can be evaluated on. So we just made that connection back.
Okay. So the language did come, the role model responsibilities, because it's a little bit, the language is a little bit odd for what we're talking about. But the role model responsibilities ties back to 217. That's right? Is that correct? Okay. Janet, will you go ahead, please?
Yeah, I have a question for staff about referencing R277-217. Do educators know about that rule? Are they trained in what that role modeling is supposed to be? Does USB do that, or are LEAs required to do that? So ultimately, are we basing what we're presenting to educators in R277-217 as something that they are familiar with and they know, or is that an unknown entity to them?
Staff,
Yeah.
Patty, are
I
you
don't
the
know.
best one to
Yeah.
address that?
Yeah, I don't know if Jeff or Michelle wants to add into that because I'm not sure if that's part of the assurances where they will be trained on that or provided that professional learning opportunity each year, once a year, or if it's something that should be known. And so that's the question that I have for Michelle or.
I don't know that that is in the assurance document. I do know that educators are required to go through those educator ethics and professionalism every time they relicense. They have like a presentation that they watch and they're quizzed on them.
Michelle, could you help? How old is that portion of the rule that talks about?
That's
neutral-
actually been redone when the task force, the UPAC task force was put into place. That was reworked.
And can you give us just an approximate year for that?
Probably within the last 4 years.
Okay.
Well, no, since I came to the board, so it's within the last 3 years.
So established maybe, but not way back. It's not something that.
No, the role model behavior has been way back since I was 20 years ago with the State Board of Education, the role model behavior wording, but the rule 217 was reworked within the last 3 years, but requiring the role modeling behavior has been there as long as I've been an education attorney with the state board when I was there 25 years ago.
Okay, thank you. That gives us some good context, I think, for that. Janet still got the hand up. Do you want to continue?
Yeah, I mean, so apparently 217, if you're in violation of 217, a lot of those are UPAC reports. And that's not the case with what we're doing in 328. Is that correct? So is there a level of difference between what's required of educators in those two rules? And I guess, how do we make that clear?
Yeah,
I
I might
can
be
answer
able
that.
to. I might be able to comment
Okay.
on that. And I don't know if someone else, I don't see another hand up, but we do talk about the discipline process and the complaint process later on in the rule. So at the end, we get into that in some detail about, what happens if a parent sees behavior that they think isn't compliant with the rule. How is that dealt with at the LEA level or the school level? So I don't know that that's appropriate to get into here because we have a whole separate section on that.
Okay, so I guess there's still a concern about referencing 217 and how familiar will people be with that? Is that to our advantage to reference that rule?
Can I speak?
Sure, Jenny, go ahead.
I think you have to reference the rule. I'm just not understanding that dialogue. Here you could have a UPAC violation and we're saying, don't apply this here. And the idea that somehow educators don't have any idea what's in there, then what that's saying to me is that needs to be part of this training, right? So they understand. So there isn't a violation. It makes it real clear. So anyways, those are my
that's my initial
Yeah.
question is, are these educators trained in 217 so they are aware of it?
But they could be with this, right? I mean, this could include, meaning that if we reference it, that there's the ability to I'm sorry, I lost train of thought here. I go.
Maybe I can just, I think what I'm hearing is if there's a question about whether 217 is well understood or not, one thing we could do is just make sure that the portion of 217 that we're referencing is well explained in our speaker notes here so that people understand that, hey, this is a requirement. You should go read this other rule, but here are the details that we think are pertinent to what we're doing now. Laura's hand has been up for a while. And it's been up for so long that she dropped it.
Well, I took it down because it was answered, Chair, but I actually really appreciate your comment that we should have part of this rule in here. And I agree with Jenny that we need something in here because it can relate to that. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Brent, go ahead.
I'm not sure. as I'm looking at this, I do know I've taken that ethics training. It's very comprehensive, and the exam at the end is boy, the story problems or the questions are quite good as far as leading you to understand exactly how this could be implemented, or how you could possibly offend the rule. I guess when I'm looking at this one, and I look at the example further down with Japanese American internment, as I look at each set of standards, the core standards for each class, whether it's math or science or social studies or whatever it may be, they all have some type of reference within that area to critical thinking. In social studies, those are easy examples because that's a major part of every single day in a social studies class. And I was reading some of the verbiage from that, and I'll try and be quick so I don't labor this too long. So from the social studies standpoint, here's a statement from the goals of the course. Students will practice the skills needed to conduct inquiries, weigh evidence, make informed decisions, and participate in political processes. Now, if you're in a math class, it's not going to be political processes. I'm not sure exactly what that would look like, because this needs to be a presentation for everyone. It seems to me that what we had before was fine. And I don't mind this reference to the rule. I just think it needs to be referenced generally in regards to professional ethics. I don't think we need all of that. Anyway, I don't know if I'd said anything worthwhile there.
Well, I appreciate the comment, Brent. I know Jenny's got her hand up. We need to just, again, looking at the clock and the amount of work we have to do, we need to get a motion out there and start to move this one forward. Jenny, please go ahead.
Okay, I'll make a motion. I make a motion that we accept the wording as I underlined here. And I'm seeing the value, because kind of to Janet, what Janet's speaking about here, that we should have those key components articulated so that there isn't a question. And so I still think, though, that this is too much. It's anyways, I would leave in the language up until it says acting consistent with the law and an LEA's policy, and then drop the rest of it. So to leave in acting consistent, acting consistent with the law and an LEA's policy. Then yes, and then keeps it concise. We give some indications of what critical thinking looks like, so that it's articulated, and then that's my motion.
Jenny, can I just ask, where that does come from 277, 217, would you agree to include the reference to that? Oh,
Yes, I think it's critical for the very reasons that Board Member Cannon articulated it.
Okay, so
it's important enough that they need to be included. So yes.
Okay.
May I just ask a follow-up question then?
Please.
So does that mean that our teachers then will be getting training on 217 as well as in 328 by including this reference and making people aware?
I just received some information on that, and it sounds like there's no required training for USBE or requirement for USBE to provide that training. So that's up to the LEAs that they do that. I think that here we can point out that, this language, and I think now our reference where we say this language, it's not real clear what language we're talking about. Role model, the role model responsibility reference comes from a portion of a different rule, R277-217, educator standards. Maybe that's the way we should say that. But no, Janet, I don't understand that that's up to the LEAs is what I'm hearing.
So is there some way to, we've got them being trained on 328 and this educator standards isn't required unless the LEA independently determines to do it. Brent, were you ever trained in 217 or educator standards? You had the ethics training, you said.
I guess I thought that's what it was.
Okay, we've got staff.
Okay, Patty's nodding.
We've got staff right here. So Patty and then Jeff, can you help us on this one? And then we'll move this.
Yeah, I just wanted to state that the training is required upon relicensure, and that's what board member Straight is talking about, is upon relicensure, then you go through the training module, it gives examples, conditions, and then there's an assessment at the end of it.
Okay, so the information about USB providing the training, it's not our training necessarily, but they do have to have the training for relicensure through some way.
And there was a UPAC task force, and one of the recommendations was to create a modular training, but that was never funded.
Okay, so here I think we are pointing out that, hey, there is this rule. It's very important. It has this information in it. I think that should be a heads up to the folks who are receiving this, that they better go out and look at it. But it doesn't provide complete training on this. And I don't know if that's within the scope of what we're doing right now. Jeff, please.
I'm just speaking with Ben Rasmussen and Malia Height as well. Malia wanted to also point out that R277-217 is part of the teacher prep program as well. So they are taught about this when they're in their prep programs. And it's part of the code of conduct portion of the courses that they take and the training that they get for relicensure.
So every teacher then has had some exposure to this. Is that correct? What you're saying there at licensing and also during the teacher prep portion of their training? That correct understanding, Jeff?
So they get it at licensure, they get it at relicensure.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. Jenny, hand up.
Once again, I just think it's important enough because it articulates the very concerns that we're having. You can't discriminate, you can't do these certain things. And if you violate those, so in referencing it here, it allows it to be discussed and people will review it, which that just adds another component to it. So,
okay.
I would, and just real quick, we could just put R277, so delete the first line, R277-217 should be referenced, or rule R277, yeah. And then the language comes from a portion. We could delete that and just put, yeah, so then it transitions better.
Okay. Yeah, the language there looks, let's see. So R277-217 should be referenced for more specific specificity. Okay. Government role model responsibilities in Portugal. So right now, the highlighted language is going to be stricken. Is that what the proposal is? Okay.
Right.
So let's look at what we've got here and then see if we can move this one forward. Demonstrating role model responsibilities through the examination of various counterpoints to a topic in an impartial manner. This means modeling critical thinking by helping students see various viewpoints and evaluating the outcomes. Implementation should consist of empirical data, verifiable evidence, disciplined thinking that is clear, rational, open-minded, and informed by evidence. This language, so I think when we say this language, oh, that's stricken. Okay, sorry. R277217 should be referenced for more specificity regarding role model responsibilities and impartiality as it relates to professional ethics. One example from that rule that applies here is that educators are prohibited from interfering with or discouraging a student's or colleague's legitimate exercise of constitutional, legal, or civil rights, acting consistent with the law and an LEA's policy. And that would be the end of the comment. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so no example, and then we don't think that in general, this required element of the professional learning includes being a neutral moderator while leading rich and diverse discussions and not infusing or advocating for one's own personal beliefs. So striking that as well.
Yeah, I just think we've got it's clearly spelled out up here what critical thinking looks like. And I think that articulates that. I think we almost become redundant.
Okay.
I don't know. You can.
Let's go ahead. If there are no other comments, then we'll go ahead and vote. Any other hands? Not seeing any. The motion before the board is to accept slide number 8, speaker note 7, as stated on the board with the language in white as the speaker note and the language in yellow being deleted from the speaker note. Please go ahead and vote. Okay, we have one nay vote from board member Belknap. Looks like the others are all in favor. We okay on that, Norlie?
That's correct, Chair.
Okay, thank you. We'll go to speaker note number 8. So this is referencing the second portion of the main slide, creating opportunities to recognize personal responsibility to preserve the rights of all individuals and to avoid repeating past harmful actions by individuals and groups. So that is from the rule. That part's not on the table for modification. The explanation is that we are noting that personal responsibility can be tied to civic duties and responsibilities. And one example of how this element could be achieved in the classroom is through a class discussion of the internment of Japanese Americans during World War II. Any comments on this one or questions? Board member Earl, hand up.
Yeah, I guess narrowing it down to examples, and I don't know that we have to do that. My comment would be to add after harmful actions by individuals and groups, to add these opportunities can be addressed through applying constitutional principles, especially those listed in the amendments. Additionally, there needs to be a comma there. Let me see. A clear understanding of civil rights laws and how they are designed to protect from repeating violations of constitutional rights and preserving individual liberties. In other words, the very things that protect or secure those rights are the things I think we should be addressing. And then the first note, to remove that note out of there and just addressing, this is what we need to do. Address the constitutional rights of individuals and protect the individual liberties to help so that we don't continue to violate those. That's my amendment. I'll try to be quick.
Okay, thank you. Any comments to that amendment? I've still got a couple of votes from Brent and from Laura. I don't know if that means you want to talk. There we go. Okay, Patty, please. And then Janet.
Yeah, I don't know if this is appropriate or not in this context, but when we met with the state superintendents, they were talking about what their most frequently asked questions were and what their most frequent concerns were of things that were happening in the classrooms. And so that's the reason why staff put in some of these examples, or these are some of the examples that they were asking about. What can and can't be done within that last one was asking about the part in yellow that was deleted and the other one. And that's why staff in doing this draft put in some of those that were very narrow in perspective. It was from their most frequently asked questions that they had questions on.
Okay, so Patty, just to elaborate on that a little bit. So specifically, the contrast between capitalism and Marxism, that was one of the questions from the superintendents. Is that correct, or?
No, so that would have been about comparing, and if they can even speak to something such as Marxism, or is Marxism a taboo topic? And so it was actually talking about an appropriate way if they were talking about it. And so that's what we tried to capture. And so of course, as board members discussed whether that was captured or not, and through that vote, it obviously was not. But within this one, I just wanted to provide the context when they were saying in situations like this, what can and can be done, can and cannot be done. And so they wanted some examples that were talking to that. So just wanted to put that out to the board.
Okay, thank you. Janet, go ahead, please.
Yeah, I just have a different point of view. I liked what we've now struck out in green. I like the idea of personal responsibility and civic duties and responsibilities. I think that's good wording. And the example of Japanese Americans during World War II being interred can really be specific to Utah. If you've been out to Topaz and seen what Topaz was like for Japanese Americans during World War II. So I would be in favor of restoring that.
Okay, Janet, can I ask, when you say restore that, and is there an objection to what's been added, or just to what's been deleted?
I don't like the idea of bringing constitutional principles and civil rights laws and so forth. I think when we're talking to K-12 children, the idea of personal responsibility and civic duties and responsibilities might be more appropriate language.
Okay, thank you. We'll come back and I think Jenny actually made a motion for us. So we have a motion on the table. That's a comment to that. Jenny, you've got your hand up again.
I disagree on that. I think it's key that they understand those key components of constitutional principles. And I don't think to say that kids couldn't understand those. If you wanted to leave the other information in, I just was trying to really get down to the heart of what we're wanting to see. And I think the civil rights laws, especially when we're doing training with educators, those are just so key in understanding, where violations could be or not be. And I think a lot of that's already going on, but we need to make sure those are addressed. So that's my comments.
Okay, thank you. Brent.
I like the way it was.
Okay. Any other comments then? I think we're ready for a vote on the proposed amendment as it's stated on the board, or excuse me, the language as it's stated or shown on the board. So this would be to change number 8 to creating opportunities to recognize personal responsibility to preserve the rights of all individuals, to avoid repeating past harmful actions by individuals and groups. Strike the language in green and add these opportunities can be addressed through applying constitutional principles, especially those listed in the amendments. Additionally, a clear understanding of civil rights laws and how they're designed to protect from repeating violations of constitutional rights and preserve individual liberties. Board members, please go ahead and vote. And it looks like we've got 2 in favor and 3 opposed. So that motion fails. That was myself and Board Member Earl in favor on that one. Okay, I'm ready for the next motion then. Board Member Cannon.
I will make a motion to pass number 8 as it stands currently.
Okay. I have a motion before us. I think we can see that quite on the board, but number 8 with no modifications, so it would read, creating opportunities to recognize personal responsibility to preserve the rights of all individuals and avoid repeating past harmful actions by individuals and groups. Note that this element could be achieved, note that personal responsibility can be tied to civic duties and responsibilities. One example for how this element could be achieved in the classroom is through a class discussion of the internment of Japanese Americans during World War II. Board members, please vote. Oh, we've got a couple of comments, sorry. Before we vote, let's hear, Janet, your hand's still up. Did you want to comment to your motion?
Sorry, Chair, I'll take my hand down.
Okay, and Board Member Belknap, please.
Yes, can we get this on the screen, please? It's.
Yeah, it looks like it's slipped a little bit, so we need to just move that up. Slide 8, note 8. There we go. Okay.
I actually appreciate this, but I also appreciate Jenny's piece, her first sentence. Jeff, you took it off too quick. It's the first sentence. And Jenny, if you could repeat it. And then if we're going to say the amendments should probably be capitalized, I'd like to make an amendment to add that as well.
Okay, we've got somebody with an open mic.
It's me. I'm whispering.
Okay.
I'm reading it just, and so should the amendments be capitalized? If they're the constitutional amendments?
I think that's what it's talking about. Yeah, and there
Yes.
should be capital there.
Thank you. I'd like to make an amendment to add that.
Okay.
Yes.
We have a motion to amend to include the language that's highlighted in blue on your screen. Any discussion to that motion? Okay, seeing none, we'll go ahead and vote on that. Committee members, please. Okay, and it looks like we're all in favor on that one. So that one passes unanimously. We okay on that one, Nora Lee?
Yes, Chair.
Okay, so we have an amended motion. Is it clear, just asking a question after the vote, sorry, I know that's maybe not proper. Is it clear that the amendments is the amendments to the US Constitution? From that, maybe our legal folks can chime in. Me reading it looks like constitutional principles, so that's what it looks like. But would it be more clear to add amendments to the US Constitution?
You could say Bill of, well, no. Yeah,
Yeah, the Bill of Rights doesn't capture all of it either.
and first 10 doesn't count. Yeah,
I'm great with anything that gives clarity here.
Okay.
I think
Any
it's
of our legal folks, you think it's clear enough we're referring to the Constitution?
You could just say listed in the constitutional amendment.
Or the amendments to the US Constitution?
Mhm.
Okay. Is that okay for everyone? Does that change anyone's vote on that? Okay, I'm not seeing any thumbs down or anything, so we'll go ahead with the vote that we just took. So now we're back to the original motion amended as you see on the screen. Any comment to this? Janet, please.
Yeah, this is just a grammatical thing. These opportunities can be addressed through applying constitutional principles especially those listed in the amendments to the, I guess that's okay. I was stumbling over some of those words.
Sometimes you just have to read it out loud, don't you?
Yeah.
Okay. Any other comments? Okay, we'll go ahead and vote then. The amendment is, or excuse me, the motion before the committee is to accept Speaker Notes 8 as listed on the screen and as amended by the previous motion. Please go ahead and vote. And looks like we are
Unanimous.
all unanimous. Thanks, Norley. Okay, we'll move on then. Thank you. Next slide. We're on slide is 10 now. So slide 10, the quotes from the
Slide 9.
Oh, this is slide 9. Okay, on my screen, I'm seeing slide 10. And I'm sorry, I've got a cover slide as slide 1 and my slide deck shows that as slide 10. Am I? Oh, but then here on the side, it does say 9 of 18. All right, we'll go with the 9. Sorry, I don't know. Oh, the editing stops here slide is taking up a space in our slide deck. Okay. Requirements for educational equity professional learning. Any comments or changes, proposed changes to this slide? If not, Jenny, go ahead. You've got to push your mute button.
I did twice in a row.
Oh, okay.
My comments just have to do with the coloring. There's no wording issue here, but we've got these gray blues and then the bright purple pinks. I don't know if there's, maybe your artistic person's going to kind of blend those a little bit so that things kind of go, but it's.
Bring it all together. Okay.
Anyways,
Yeah,
those are my comments. Those don't have to do with the.
Okay. Thank you. We'll just note that for staff as we clean this up when we get done. Let's go then to the speaker notes for this, and I'm on speaker note 9, which is just a verbatim statement of that section of the rule. So we haven't added anything on speaker note 9. It says defending intellectual honesty, including freedom of inquiry, speech, and association. Do we have any proposed changes to that? I see your hand up, Board Member Earl. I don't know if that's from before or if you're. Okay. Any committee members feel like we need to do anything to better define this, or have we done all the work we need to just in the rule? Hey, I'm not seeing any hands up. So in the training, that would just be a reading of that to make people aware. Laura, please.
Okay, just a grammatical piece here and removing barriers to students having access. Let's see. And removing barriers.
So Laura, just before you start into that, so we're going to move ahead then, seeing no comments on 9. We're going to accept that as is with no changes. And then we'll go to 10. So 10, we're into the cultivating conditions. And I think.
No, it's actually on the slide, Chair.
Yeah, I understand that. So we've got
Okay.
speaker note 9 and then we've got speaker note 10. Are you speaking to, so this is slide 9, speaker note 9 and then speaker note 10?
But are we doing the slide first or the notes?
Oh, okay, you're back on the main slide.
Yeah, I was right where it was, the picture
Okay,
was on the screen.
I apologize. Let's go back to that. I believe that's a quote directly from the rule. So let's
Conditions that focus on learning.
pull up the rule too and look at that as we.
Yes, it is. Sorry, Chair.
Okay, no problems. we've accepted that, warts and all. We accepted the rule. So I think we'll have to live with that for right now, if there are some grammatical issues with it. So let's go to the notes then. If that's okay, Laura, we just move to the notes portion.
Oh, no, absolutely. Sorry, Chair.
Okay, no problems. Okay, I don't have any comment with regard to slide 9, speaker note 9. So we are, unless someone's thought of something. No, Jenny's got her hand up. Are we on to 10? Okay.
Oh, I do have a comment on this, on number point, defending intellectual honesty. Is that where you're talking
Yep,
about?
that's the one that we're moving past unless someone has something they want to say.
Yeah, I want to say, and maybe mine is more of a question. I don't really have an amendment to this, but I do have, what is intellectual honesty? I'm just wondering, because does this have to do with ethical practices? Does this have to do with research that's being implemented in schools? Does this have to do with the way we engage with one another? I'm trying to I just don't know what intellectual honesty is instead, versus intellectual dishonesty, but what are we trying to say there is what my question is.
Okay, and we can go to staff for maybe a common definition or the understood definition of that, but I think that we're trying to define that by saying intellectual honesty includes freedom of inquiry, freedom of speech, freedom of association. So that's what I take that to say from the rule. But does staff, anyone have a comment about how intellectual honesty might be used in the educational community that would help us to understand that?
And if so, we might want to just put in a little clarification. I didn't know what that was, so I didn't know how to clarify it or what we were trying to say. It was still a little bit ambiguous for me.
Okay. Anyone from staff side that would like to chime in here on intellectual honesty? Looks like, oh, go ahead, Patty. And then
Yeah,
I've
part of
got
that
Brent.
is
Go ahead.
Yeah, part of that is speaking to if it's yours, if it's I'm trying to think of the word plagiarism, or being able to state that these are facts, these are things that are not facts, these are things that are and maybe Brent, you can board member Straight, you can speak to this as well, but it's really about intellectual honesty is what is yours, and what you've created or not created, those types of things that are going on. And I did not do a good job of explaining that. So I'm wondering if board member Straight or maybe even Michelle Butz can talk to that.
Okay, let's go to Brent.
Okay, well, as you guys well know, everything's on the internet, whether it's true or not. But when all these resources became more readily available to students, intellectual honesty in regards to plagiarism especially was really something we had to work on giving good feedback to students on, because they were just handing in someone else's work without, sometimes they didn't just cut off the HTTP at the bottom of the print. You say, oh, this is shorter, I wonder why, and you type in the first line and there it is. But anyway, they actually have, the English teachers actually use programs that check for plagiarism, and we act to help students. And that's usually how it's taken care of, because it can be a real problem for them as they move along in their academic career if we don't address it at the secondary level.
Okay.
So
I'm seeing, just for information, it looks like Brian has put a definition into the chat for intellectual honesty that we can look at. There's some bullet point definitions. I can throw it in the chat as well. that we can look at.
So might I suggest something? I'm okay with this moving on, but I probably want to work with someone to come up with something that works here. And then just in the same question, so intellectual honesty in relationship to association, what does that mean? What intellectual honesty in relation to association? I just think we need to make sure we know what these mean. Otherwise, districts are not sure what those mean either, or educators.
Every educator knows what that means.
What intellectual honesty means according to association? Are we relating intellectual honesty to these three things, or are these four separate things, I guess?
No, we are including means that those are subsets of intellectual honesty. That's
Yeah,
that's what went into the rule.
So what's an example of the association part?
So my source is not as probably not as good as the one that Brian's referencing, but Wikipedia has a bullet list that says one's personal beliefs or politics do not interfere with the pursuit of truth. Relevant facts and information are not purposefully omitted, even when such things may contradict one's hypothesis. Facts are presented in an unbiased manner and not twisted to give misleading impressions or to support one view over another. And references or earlier work are acknowledged when possible, and plagiarism is avoided. So those are the things that are listed there as a bullet point list of what would be included in intellectual honesty. Jeff's given us a comment that says all of these things are related to First Amendment rights, inquiry, speech, and association. Certainly the freedom of inquiry is included in all these definitions we've been looking at. Speech would also be included there. Association is a little bit different, I guess. I'm not sure how that plays in exactly.
Yeah, and I do like where we're headed here. I don't know if, anyways. I just don't understand the association. If it's in relationship to minors and the First Amendment, is there some element of parent when you're talking about associations and children? What associations are we referring? Anyway, I'm just asking these questions because I'm not sure how that related. And if so, we need to maybe clarify that if there's, however we want to work with association. I think it needs to be clear what that is and isn't. So, like I said, I could work with someone on this if we wanted to and come.
Yeah, well, the way this will come about though, Jenny, is we'll have, we are hopefully going to get to a place today where we have a product for the board, and then there will be a chance to amend going forward. We do have something on the board right now that gives us a better definition of intellectual honesty. Certainly we could adopt that, or we could, we can work on that right now. Let's hear what board member Straight, Brent, what do you have to say on this one?
Well, I appreciate the discussion from board member Earl. I think I probably misspoke without thinking about where we're headed here. This is for teachers. We're talking about how teachers can be intellectually dishonest. For some reason, I skipped to students right off the top, but for example, we have opinions. For example, the Carter presidency, the Reagan presidency, the Clinton presidency, all those things, because they're within the frame of my reference of life, I'm going to have political thoughts or feelings, but when I teach it, I have to do it from an unbiased standpoint. And so, for example, a good example on this for teaching might be, well, you could do global warming in science. You could do the attack on Pearl Harbor in history. You can take where you might say something, some historians, other historians, Here's a couple different viewpoints. Let's read through these primary sources and then tell me what you think. Let's talk about this further. So, intellectual honesty, acquisition, analysis, and transmission of ideas. At that point, the teacher can become very powerful in how they transmit those ideas to where they are unbiased. And that's why the skills of historians must take precedence over one's political opinion or viewpoint, because we all have them. So I hope that helps maybe with that intellectual honesty part.
Okay, and I just thinking about this freedom of association, when we're talking about teachers, puts that in a different perspective maybe. Teachers certainly have the freedom to belong to different political organizations, other organizations, but they can't preach, I guess, or promote those associations. They need to be neutral in the way that they present those. And maybe that's part of this as well, not to slant things to a certain perspective that might belong to a larger group that the teacher or a student associates with. So that being said, here we are. Do we want to, is the language that we have here, does that cover everything that we want to say about intellectual honesty? Is there more that we want to put on there, or do?
I'm good at language. The association is still so ambiguous, and maybe we can come up with something before next week. I don't know. I don't want to take more time on this because I think it's maybe uncertain still, but.
Okay. What about, just 1 second.
Quite honestly, our definition of critical thinking up above would also directly work with this too, if we didn't want to add more. Whoops.
Okay. If there's no other comment here, do we have a motion on this, on number 9?
I'll make a motion that we, oh, sorry.
No. Okay, Brent, do you want to be the motion maker? Is that what the hand was for?
Well, yeah, I don't know that we even need one since we're leaving it.
Well, are we leaving it, or are we adopting the language in green?
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry, we are. So yes, I move that we adopt it with the language in green.
Okay, motion before the committee then is to add to slide 9, speaker note 9, intellectual honesty is honesty in the acquisition, analysis, and transmission of ideas. A person is being intellectually honest when he or she, knowing the truth, states the truth. Intellectual honesty pertains to any communication intended to inform or persuade. Committee members, any comments on that?
I have a question. Are we then deleting the sentence above green in 9 where Jenny had the question about association?
No, we're not. And the reason being, that's a direct quote from 328.
Okay, thank you. That helps me.
Okay. Any other questions or comments? Not seeing any hands.
Oh, sorry, Chair, I'm getting there.
Okay. Now I'm seeing a hand. Hey, Laura.
Thank you. I'm sorry. I actually hit my mic before my hand. I actually don't really appreciate this definition of intellectual honesty. I think there's others out there that would maybe be more appropriate for our setting. And so that's the only reason I'm going to be voting no on this.
Do you have a substitute, Laura?
I actually have not taken time to do that. I was hoping staff might find some more, but it's okay. It's okay. We can work on that at another point. I'm sorry.
Okay.
So I wondered if once again, that critical thinking definition can play out here with intellectual honesty, where you're taking in evidence and evaluating, and you know what I mean? That could easily be used, or we can vote on this, and then if we need to clean this up next week, we could do that too.
Okay. This is the definition that we've got on the board. The only other definition that's been put forward is in the chat, where it says one's personal beliefs or politics do not interfere with the pursuit of truth. Relevant facts and information are not purposely omitted. even when they may contradict your hypothesis. Facts are presented in an unbiased manner and not twisted to give misleading impressions or to support one view over another, and references or earlier work are acknowledged and plagiarisms avoided. So there's an
Yes, I like that one.
alternate definition there if we want to adopt that. There's another from Patty now. Intellectual honesty is an applied method of problem solving characterized by an unbiased, honest attitude, which can be demonstrated in a number of different ways. Personal beliefs or politics do not interfere with the pursuit of truth. Relevant facts and omission are not purposely omitted. Facts are presented in an unbiased manner. So basically it's got those points, but then it has a preamble, I guess, a leading paragraph. Intellectual honesty is an applied method of problem solving. Can I, based on just the comment that we've had, can I ask Jeff if you're driving to pull that from the chat, the one that came through at 6:58, and show us that on the screen? Okay, so let's just ask committee members if that might be a preferred definition over what's above on the screen. So bullet point 2 versus bullet point 1. This is like the eye doctor test. Does one of those look clearer to you? And then the other, Brent, please.
Yeah, reading things over, I think number 2 feels better to me. The second one there. And I feel comfortable withdrawing that motion and realize that even if the second one isn't better, we get another shot at it. But my general feel is, just looking at it, that the second one's better. So I withdraw the motion.
Okay, do you have a substitute motion then?
Yeah, let's adopt the second one.
Okay. Any other comment to that? Michelle, I saw your hand up just for a second. Are we okay?
No, I'm good. You already talked about it.
All right. Jenny, hands up.
I hate to ask this question, but what is an honest attitude? So you got being intellectually honest is an applied method of problem solving characterized by unbiased. Honest attitude is very subjective. I may be really honest and have a good attitude towards something, and I might be completely off.
Yeah, I think Jenny, if you'll look, it says that unbiased, honest attitude is demonstrated, and then it's got these 4 or 5 different things below that say, hey, this is what an unbiased attitude looks like. So
okay,
I agree on its own, that probably isn't a great descriptor, but when you flesh it out with the things that are below, does that help you to understand what's
okay? I guess I just understood that as just that part there because I was looking at different paragraphs, not necessarily the whole thing. I do like the very bottom of it. I guess, okay, let me ponder that.
Okay. The time for pondering, though, is coming to a close because we're going to vote if there aren't any more comments. So the motion before the committee is to accept speaker note 9 with the second bullet point that's shown on the screen. Well, please go ahead and vote, committee members. And looks like everyone's on board with that one. We've got unanimous votes.
That's correct, Chair.
All right. Thanks, Norley, for keeping us on track. Now we're on number 10, speaker note 10, if you can scroll up to that on the screen. Okay, and we've got again the quote from the rule and then the bullet point explaining that quote. Much of the language comes from the Professional Learning Standards Toolkit. Talks about Rule 217, which we referenced before. And a quote from that states an educator may not exclude a student from participating in any program, deny or grant any benefit to a student or encourage a student to develop prejudice on the base of race, color, creed, sex, national origin, marital status, political or religious belief, physical or mental condition, family, social or cultural background, sexual orientation, or gender identification. Examples of cultivating conditions include utilizing multiple communication strategies to promote AP classes, assistive technology, and promoting STEM courses for girls. So we've added some examples there and given a quote from Rule 217. Jenny, is your hand up for this one?
Yes, I have. I just want to add a point to this that was talked about in public comment. And I think
Okay.
you have that. Just another point. It would say caution should be taken to prevent barriers from forming between LEAs and parents as they seek to access resource and opportunity for their children. And then a reference to law. Just that was a concern that came up. I don't anticipate our LEAs having that problem, but I think that they should just be cautious that they're not forming.
What's an example of how that would happen?
Yeah, maybe they are, and I think we're seeing this happen. I'm hoping it doesn't continue to be a violation, but where a child says, don't tell my parents that, I think I'm transgender, another gender. And then there's months go by before a parent is given that information, which then creates a barrier between children and their parent and the educator themselves. That's one example. So just
on that specific example, just let me comment. We do have in our committee that's coming up this next week, Friday, we're actually digging into that specific issue. And there's a guidance document about transgender issues. And so I think we'll get into that in some detail. But yeah, anyway, any other?
So I feel like it just maybe, especially, and maybe the transparency element, because we're addressing that, but I just know that this was something that came up of concern. And so I felt like this wasn't confrontational, but it just was a precautionary for LEAs, just be really cautious, make sure you're not forming some barrier.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Okay, Laura?
Yeah, it's not on that same subject, but at the last sentence, could it just say in promoting STEM courses rather than specific gender there?
I would agree.
Okay, yeah, I think we could do that. Let me comment, I think, on how that got there. We're talking about breaking down barriers to allow students to have access to resources and opportunities. And maybe instead of girls, it should say underserved or underrepresented groups or populations or whatever. But, we're talking about AP classes. So we have probably some different demographic groups that don't take advantage of AP classes as much. Maybe has to do with socioeconomics or minority status. And so we're talking about promoting that by going to the parents and saying, hey, AP classes are good for these reasons, because they may not have been exposed to those classes in the past. With STEM courses, one thing that's happened in the past is we haven't seen as many girls in coding classes. And so they have these girls who code clubs to try to promote awareness of coding amongst that underserved or underrepresented group. So I think that's why it got there the way it is. There may be a better way to say it, but does that help at all, Laura, to understand?
Yeah, I appreciate why it was there. I just don't think that we should break that out. But let me just read this again. Examples of cultivating conditions of utilizing multiple to promote AP classes, technology, and promoting STEM courses. Are we only promoting STEM courses for underrepresented groups? Or I really have a problem with that as well, because we have some students that you wouldn't consider underrepresented, and yet they haven't thought about taking a STEM course, or they haven't thought about a technology course. they might be doing one or the other. So,
I would read the underrepresented to mean underrepresented in STEM courses. So, here's our STEM course, and it's got 25 guys and 2 girls that are enrolled. Well, girls would be underrepresented in that class. Or, minority status, the STEM class doesn't look demographically like the school looks. So there'd be underrepresented groups who aren't showing up in the same percentages in those courses. So it's just really advertising to those groups. But we got a couple other hands, and I'm sorry to comment so much on this one. Brent, go ahead.
So when it says assistive technology, what would be an example of that?
Let's see if staff can help us with the details on that. Is there someone from staff that would help?
I can't find my hand, but I could say assistive technology is the technology that we use to help students with disabilities be able to fully participate.
Okay, so going back to Board Member Belknap's point, I would really like the whole list to be inclusive of all represented groups, because assistive technology might be more readily available for some students and other students, regardless of race, gender, socioeconomic. So I don't know how, maybe we need to make this sentence grammatically, work grammatically by having all 3 examples be for underrepresented groups. Because I agree with Chair Hansen on the, underrepresented groups. And I think that fits with what we've been saying in regards to equity, is that equity is not about a gender. It's not about a race. It can be about, those can be elements within that. For example, STEM courses, girls have often been underrepresented. So in that case, they're part of that underrepresented group, but they could also be part of either AP classes or assistive technology, have the same thing with other unrepresented groups. So I'd like to craft that last sentence to where for all 3 examples, it is underrepresented groups.
Okay. Patty, please.
I just wanted to draw the attention that in the chat, I put the board approved definition according to R277-707. This is the definition of underrepresented groups, and it says it's a subset of students as determined by an LEA and approved by the superintendent, holds a smaller percentage in a program as compared to the overall LEA population. So it is local context, it is classroom context, and that's the board approved definition.
Okay. And I see in the chat that I think it's important to go back to this and remember that we're talking about focusing on learning and removing barriers to allow students access to 2 things, resources and opportunities. So these are just some examples of trying to provide access to both resources, which the assistive technology would be that, and opportunities, which would be AP classes and STEM courses. Certainly, I don't think this is an inclusive list. These are just some examples. Jenny, you've got your hand up, and Patty, yours is still up. We'll go to Jenny.
I just think we need to provide opportunities for all students. Just because girls aren't at a higher number, to say that the preference does not play out is just not true. There may be different preferences. We should maybe list something that we don't have as high. And I know we've eliminated girls, but just to focus on underrepresented groups, I don't know. I think the opportunities are available for all, and that, I think we're already working in these areas, especially assistive technology. This is a very specific area that focuses on our students that have special needs. Anyways, I just don't know that we need to keep subgrouping things. Just making sure we have the ability to all the access.
Okay. Laura, you've got your hand up.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I think again, I'm going to ask the same question. You answered it and said there are resources and opportunities, but I believe that the assistive technology would be required in an IEP. Patty, can you give me another time when that would not be required and it would be given to a gen ed student? I'm just looking for some help here.
I was just thinking, and I put in a text to Dr. Voorhees, that it could be through an IEP or even a 504.
But it still falls under a requirement through either the IEP or 504. It's not for the general population.
That's what I'm clarifying with her.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, Jenny's hands up. Is that another comment? Okay. We're certainly ready, I think, for a motion if we want to start to make modifications to this, or, adopt, modify, whatever we want to do. What we have on the screen right now does have those examples to promote AP classes. And these are examples: assistive technology, promoting STEM courses for underrepresented groups. I know we don't have a definitive answer back on the assistive technology. Does anyone have a motion to modify this to where it would be acceptable to the committee? I think the only change we have right now is just underrepresented groups. So if we're ready to vote on that, we can vote on making that change. Go ahead, Janet, please.
Okay, I'm just doing the old grammar thing. I put the first sentence in number 10 into Grammarly because I was thinking, oh, it doesn't quite seem like a good sentence to me. And it said unclear sentence. So, and I know that the same verbiage is used on the slide, but cultivating conditions that focus on learning and remove barriers. What if we said cultivate conditions? Cultivate seems like
Janet,
more of a verb.
I'll have to cut in, but I believe, and staff can confirm, I think that's a direct quote again from the rule. And so for us to make a change here when we're talking about training on the rule is just not going to be acceptable without going back and amending the rule. If we want to clarify that somehow with the verbiage below, we can do that, but I just don't see a path forward in changing language that's a quote from the rule. Is that a direct quote from the rule, staff?
Yes, it is.
Okay. So is there something we can do, Janet, to clarify with with the bullet points below? And I think that's what we're trying to do with the speaker notes, is say, here's this language from the rule. It may not be 100% clear, so here's what we meant.
Okay, it just rubs my grammatical side wrong. That's all. That's my comment.
Okay. Is there something we can do below? Do you have something we can do with another bullet point or something?
No,
like
I've been listening. I like the amendment for underrepresented groups.
Okay. Jenny has her hand up.
I just think it should say courses for all, promoting STEM courses for all. So I'll be voting against this, is I guess what I'm saying.
Okay. Patty, please.
Yes, I just received word back from the SPED team that assistive technologies would be through an IEP or through a 504. So it really wouldn't need to be on this list. So Vice Chair Belknap is correct.
Okay. Yeah, I guess, we have IEP requirements. So do we want to strike assistive technology then? I don't think personally, I don't think that it's out of place on the list, because we are going to have, we're going to identify those kids. We're going to have IEP sessions. We're going to say, hey, your child could benefit from this assistive technology. The parents are going to be involved with that. We're going to try to remove barriers by doing that. But I mean, it's not outside the IEP process if that's what we're trying to do here. Brent.
I'm just thinking out loud. I think I'm fine with that being on there because anyway, I think I'm fine with that staying on the list.
Okay. Janet and then Laura.
Okay, I think that I'm okay with assistive technology because I think it speaks to our disabled students. But what I'm saying about something like increased technology, if we want this to go to all students, something about increased use of technology. And what if instead of saying promoting STEAM courses or STEM courses, we said promoting STEAM courses, because STEAM includes arts education for all students. STEAM.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead with that. Laura, do you have anything then?
Yeah, I can appreciate the assistive technology here. However, I don't think you could add for underrepresented groups then, because if you're doing assistive technology, it is absolutely IDEA that it drives that. It's not trying to go out and get kids to do that. So we're kind of, for me, we're convoluting this idea of underrepresented groups.
Okay, do you have an amendment that would change that around to make that read correctly? I mean, we could break out the assistive technology and then just have the AP classes and STEAM courses for the underrepresented groups.
Well, I'm not sure. I would say examples of cultivating conditions, including utilizing multiple communication strategies to promote AP classes, use of assistive technology, and promoting STEAM courses, period.
Okay. So you would strike the underrepresented groups?
I would.
Okay.
Yes, sorry.
Let's just talk about, I think the rest of it I don't believe is going to be too controversial with the group. How does the group feel about that? So that we can get to a vote. The underrepresented groups, we've got Janet and we've got Sid online here. So go ahead, Janet, please quickly.
I'm all right with deleting it as Laura suggests.
Okay. Superintendent.
Okay, sorry about that. My video, I'm going to turn off my video because my computer or my internet is spotty. But I'm just wondering about the examples. I know that you're working so hard. I'm listening and watching you grapple with every example. And I know that superintendents asked for us to have a few examples, but I worry a little bit about putting examples in everything because it can be limiting. And my experience in adding examples over time is that sometimes people just stick to whatever those examples are, and then they really drill down on the examples. So in this case, when you're talking about cultivating conditions, it might be a good time to not have examples. But you know, I know that you're trying to be really mindful and have examples for everything, but I'm not sure that it's necessary. And if it's this hard to come up with examples that everybody can live with, maybe that's a time when you don't use examples. Just a thought.
Okay, appreciate that, Superintendent. Anyone from the committee? And I hear all the comments. I understand what we're trying to do. I'm thinking about this in the context of the training given to teachers who are saying, hey, what does this rule mean that I need to do? And I personally have a hard time getting rid of, examples that I think would maybe point them in the right direction. I understand the concern, but we do need to move this forward. Do we have, looks like Janet maybe is ready to make a motion to move us forward. Patty, does your comment need to come before that motion, please? talk to us and then we'll go to
Yeah,
Janet?
yeah, thank you. Dr. Voorhees said that in the part where it says uses assistive technology, since this is about all students, it really needs to say in their instructional technology. And so that was what she was trying to put forward, is that it should be uses of instructional technology. And that would actually then meet the need of the rest of the paragraph when we're talking about trying to have all students and having that universal design for learning.
Okay, thank you. Janet?
I
Where are
saw Dr. Voorhees' comment and I was going to recommend the same amendment. And so did Laura make the amendment to delete everything after STEAM courses?
I think that we were discussing that, and if you want to strike that, then strike it and let's get a motion going.
Okay, so strike, put a period after STEAM courses, strike the balance, and then I'll move that we vote on item 10 as amended.
Okay. We have a motion before the committee to accept speaker note 10 as is shown on the board, including the addition of uses of instructional technology, striking assistive and the language after STEAM courses. Any comments to that motion? Janet, you're the only one with a hand up, and I think that's different when you made the motion, right? Okay, let's go ahead and vote on that. Okay, looks like we are, oh, I'm not seeing one. Are you seeing everyone, Nora Lee? Yeah, there we go.
Yes,
Looks like
it's unanimous.
Okay.
That's correct.
I need to ask committee members, we are currently at 7:25. The meeting was scheduled until at least 8 o'clock. I don't think we had a hard stop, but we anticipated we'd end at 8. Are we going to be able to continue after that? We have several slides left to address. I just want to get a feel for the time that we have. Is there anyone who couldn't continue for another half hour or hour perhaps? Okay, we'll appreciate that willingness to go forward. I know everyone knows how important this is to our educators. Okay, let's go ahead with, this is slide 10.
Scott, for clarity, I put it in the notes. I have an appointment at 8:15. Sorry.
Oh, okay. And Laura, I think that we'll still have we'll be able to go ahead with just your absence. I hate to do that, but we'll probably continue and still have a quorum.
Scott, I'm okay to continue, but can we have a short break at some point here in the next little bit?
Yep, we're at a good spot to do that. Let's take 5 minutes back at 7:30. Can we do that? Is 5 enough?
Good.
Okay, we'll come back at 7:30 and then we'll continue on slide 10. Okay, I know that was a quick break, but when you're back with us, if you could just raise your hand or give us a thumbs up so that we know we've got the group back together. I'd appreciate it. Committee members, have we got you back in the room? Okay, looks like Miss Laura, are you with us? Okay, we're back and we will get started. We are on slide number 10. And I think we need to look at the slide itself first. I think we had a previous discussion about using the word prohibited on that because it is a little bit misleading to say that, you know, some elements are prohibited. They are allowed within certain boundaries, I guess. And the language we used before, I think, was elements that may not be promoted or endorsed. So I don't know if we want to strike the title and just put that may not promote or endorse up at the top, or if we want to change it to elements. Have we done that on other slides? Do we just need to be consistent?
The progress.
Okay. So is there anything else that should be addressed on that slide? Okay, Jenny, you've got your hand up. Is that for the slide itself, or are we moving to the speaker notes? Oh, got to get off mute.
Speaker notes, sorry.
Okay. Let's move ahead then to the speaker notes. I believe that was just a cleanup from what we did before on that. So looking at the speaker notes, we again use the word prohibited in there, and I think we should clean that up, consistent with what we've done in other places in the presentation. So it includes the elements of educational equity, professional learning that may not be promoted or endorsed, or it's kind of awkward wording. Okay, that being said, Jenny, do you want to go ahead then?
Yeah, let me send Is this the only part that we're seeing on the screen that we're addressing right now? Or are we addressing the whole piece of it?
Excuse me, we are on speaker note 10, so we're looking at all of that.
Okay.
Or excuse me, slide 10, speaker, we don't have a speaker note number on this, do we? Do we need to do that? So Jeff, excuse me, if you're driving, so previously we've had the speaker notes numbered, I believe. Is that right? If you go back to the last ones?
Yes, they were numbered based on the previous required elements. There were 10 in the rule, so the numbers you saw each of the 10.
Okay, I see. So here the numbering wouldn't be something we need to be consistent. All right.
Correct.
Yep, go ahead, Jenny.
Okay, so this is my thoughts on this one. Let me get my, sorry, I got my notes up in front of me. So we have examples. Am I seeing the whole? Okay, it goes down further. We have examples with on our website for civil rights violations. They give numerous examples. There's a fact sheet there. I think we actually attach that fact sheet instead of listing any specific examples here that have, those are ones that the civil rights organizations have vetted, and those are ones that have occurred. I just think as we start listing off specific examples here, I just don't think that's necessary. I think we can reference that we have numerous resources on our sites, both for civil rights violations and 504. There's greater resources there for that. So with that being said, see, I'm not seeing what.
Jenny, do you have a
The prohibited objectionable elements will be shaming a student because of slaveholding founding fathers, or is that down further? Am I looking at the right one?
Not, Jeff, can you show us down
Am
below?
I not looking at, oh yeah, because I think I am, but maybe I'm not. Is that 11? Am I on the wrong one?
Yeah, that's all of 10, Jenny.
Oh, sorry. Okay, my apologies. I got 10 and 11 mixed up here.
Okay, well, yeah,
So my question is, I do have a question then on, it says at the bottom, reference guidance doc, LEA policy. What's the reference guidance doc?
staff, can you help us with that?
I'm looking to Jeff on that one. I know that we created this, but I think that's probably an unfinished sentence.
Okay, I was just wanting to know what that was, if we've got it.
Yeah, good catch.
I believe that's a reference to the civil rights violation document that
Okay.
you made before.
Okay, which is completely appropriate. This is where, on these two items, that's where we need that. I don't think we need to fill in examples there. I think we have those already articulated. My other comment has
Can I jump in real
Go ahead.
quickly there just
Yeah.
to see? We had talked before about having, I believe, an appendix to this training. Would that be appropriate to include? And do we have a copy of that document that we could send out to everyone or make available? Because if that's where it belongs, we should just include that as part of the work we're doing. Okay, thanks. Jenny, please go ahead.
And then my other comment has to do with our definition or promote or endorse, which means to present these concepts as facts. I think it's more than to present them as facts. I actually think, let me see my wording. it's to further the progress of, would be to promote and declare approval or support for. So we can keep the concept of facts there, but I think it's, you can correct me if I'm wrong, it feels a little broader than that. It's not just declaring them as facts, but it would be also furthering the progress of those particular concepts. Would that be accurate? I don't know who put the definition in here and where it came from, so.
And staff, maybe you can help us with the source. I had the same question with that definition. Generally, I would understand that promote means to sell something or I guess kind of advertise it as being better maybe than other competing ideas. Endorse is to stand behind something or to, to vouch for something. So I don't know that just presenting a concept as a fact is all of that definition there. Is that a definition from somewhere else, from the USB, or where did it come from?
That was put in as placeholder language, knowing that this conversation would likely happen. So we put that there as a starter.
So could I recommend, which I guess I don't mind that, but that maybe it reads, which means to present concepts as facts or to further the progress and approval or support of. I don't know, we can play with that a little bit, but that really is kind of, when I read through some definitions, that felt more what we're trying to prohibit, or I don't know if prohibit's the right word, but and the understanding of, so that we understand those concepts, but not maybe furthering the progress of them.
Sorry, maybe just a suggestion here, a thought. I know that we're working on some definitions for the next step in this. And I believe that staff, where we don't have an educational definition, they've been trying to go to a consistent source. And I think I heard that we were going with Webster's. Is that, not that we have any stock in Webster's, but just trying to be consistent? Could we see on this one what Webster says for promote and endorse, and see if those definitions fit maybe with what Jenny's talking about? I guess they are America's most trusted online dictionary. So that one. One A, 2A.
Yeah, well, and 2A to contribute to the growth or prosperity of.
Yeah, and 1A to advance in station, rank, or honor.
Yep.
Yeah. Put it above maybe other ideas or other competing things. I don't know
any of those ideas.
I don't know if those work as well as
Yeah.
the other definitions that we might have, but just wanted to look.
I can't think of one of those 4 items that we would want to further the progress of those. That doesn't mean we don't have discussion about them, but the idea that we're actually maybe furthering the progress or advancement of those, that's, I think, something along that line would feel like an appropriate definition.
Okay. And if others have preferences for online dictionaries or problems with the direction we're headed, please chime in now so we can save some time. But there's promote, and then we'll get endorse up here as well. But with promote, I would look at those 2. And we're down here on approve openly. I think it's, yeah, we're in 2A and B, right? When we talk about endorse. Hey, Janet, please go ahead.
Yeah, so I just have a query. Under this rule 328 and these concepts of promote and endorse, could educators be called on the carpet or be called into question by parents because they promoted or endorsed something? And are these definitions clear enough to protect a teacher?
Answer to the first one is yes. There is a process where teachers can, or parents can complain if something's being promoted, endorsed. And I think answer to the second one is we need to make sure that they're clear with what we're doing right now. Does anyone have anything to add to that, the staff? Doesn't look like it. Is that clear enough, Janet? I think that's.
Well, yeah, I just think that there could be some heavy consequences for educators based on what we come up with around definitions for promote and endorse. And I worry about putting them, in an uncomfortable position.
Just a little preview, I guess, of where we're going. The school administrators will certainly be in a position where they can arbitrate, kind of, hear the parents' concerns, listen to the teacher, and do what they do on a regular basis anyway to, defend their teaching staff, or to discipline their teaching staff, when discipline is needed. So there are, it's not just the parents going directly on one-on-one with the teachers. There are those processes in place where administrators are involved. But yeah, we need to give them some guidelines to work with. That's what the purpose of the rule is. So help us as we talk about promote and endorse, and let's make sure that it's clear, or as clear as we can make it.
So can I comment? Remember that the things not wanting them to promote and endorse, when you read those four things, in what situations would we want an educator to be promoting or endorsing those? Right? The general discussion, that's different, but the actual promotion of them and endorsing them, that's what we're talking about. I don't think that's ambiguous. And it's pretty unambiguous specifically of what it, refers to, asking kids to take the responsibility of someone else's actions from historical actions. It's pretty clear. Anyways.
Okay, so we have now a definition in there that says present them as facts or to further the progress and approval or support of these concepts. So I guess further the progress of or approve, right? We're not furthering. To me, it's further the progress or approve of or support these concepts. Those would be the things that looks a little stilted the way it's written now. Further the progress and approval or support of these concepts. Maybe not. Does that read okay to everyone? Okay.
Up.
Yep. Go ahead.
I actually like your clarity. Or to further the progress to what'd you say? Something about approval?
Well, I just think they're separate. We're not furthering the approval. So to further the progress or approve or support of these concepts.
Or
to
still got to be approval.
or to approve? Present these as facts, or to approve or support these concepts. So,
Patty has her hand up. She can probably help both of us, Scott.
all right, I didn't see that. Patty, go ahead, please.
No, it goes back to the slide itself, and then what Board Member Earl was speaking to, that it is about these 4 concepts. And so within these notes, it would be specific to the 2 that are listed on this slide. And so I don't know if on the slide itself, we need to highlight the fact that the difference between the 2 on there, the one is the fact that, let's see, is inherently superior or inferior. And then on the second one, it's the difference between determines the content of the student or educator's character. And so I don't know if on this side, we talk about those 2 things in the speaker notes, because that's the important part is the other 2 pieces are the same. And that's the 2 pieces on there that are different. And so we're talking about these concepts or this, but it's not really clear about what this or these concepts mean. And even repeating it, even in that small chunked version, would help bring clarity and that repetition of what we're talking about. And the same could be done on the next slide.
So Jeff, could we do that? Could we take, if you'll flash back to the main slide. So on this slide, it might be good to highlight the is inherently superior or inferior from there down. And then on the other side, determines the content.
It could just be bolded too, either way.
Oh, yeah, bolded, highlighted. Yeah, bolded might work better than the highlight. But I think that might help to point out what we're talking about. And then if we wanted to reference those in the speaker notes, we could certainly do that. Those are the 2 things that can't be promoted or endorsed.
I would only highlight is inherently superior or inferior. Just the really key parts of it, so it doesn't get lost.
Yeah, that makes sense on that slide, certainly.
And then same over here, whatever the key piece is to it.
Yeah. Yeah, the other one I don't think you can do. It doesn't make the double.
Yeah.
Okay.
But you might want to put it in just a different color too. That can be down the road, but just something that just stands out. This says, this is what we're talking about.
Okay.
Then within the speaker notes, it could be as bolded, so that because the person will be talking and narrating it and referring back as someone is seeing the slide itself.
I think that's a good idea.
Okay, then as we're working through this, it says the discussion of these ideas, while generally not merited. And I think if we're going to have that in there, the R needs to come out. Discussion of these ideas, comma, while generally not merited, can occur as outlined on the next slide. What is not allowed is advocating a particular point of view. What's the committee's feel on this? When we say generally not merited, we're kind of signaling that, those shouldn't be discussed. And maybe teachers, when they hear that in the training, would just avoid those entirely. Is that our intent, or do we want that to be a fair topic for discussion as long as it's, objective discussion? As Brand, I was hoping you'd raise your hand because you've been in the classroom teaching this stuff just recently. So what do we want to do?
Yes, I do have some strong feelings on this. I think the key is for the teacher to make certain they follow the core standards and the skills associated with that and the proper way to address these issues, because you could even have a discussion on critical race theory or any of these controversial subjects or ideas. And you could have a great lesson done appropriately, age appropriately around these topics. They are current events, you know, vaccines, masks, all sorts of things. I mean, there's constitutional principles. I think sometimes we think that constitutional principles are black and white, cut and dried, when in reality, we see lots of historical variance on the interpretation of the Constitution, and especially its amendments. And so, anyway, I think done appropriately and age appropriate of their topic and their subject. You know, in STEM classes, they might talk about robotics and the ethics of as we make robots more human-like. What are the ethics of that? And in English courses, you deal with these subjects all the time as well. So encourage this free exchange of ideas, but teachers need to realize that they must follow the core, the standards in their particular course, and they must follow and implement the proper skills in teaching those subjects. So that's my 2 cents. I think we need to make certain we protect that.
So Brent, can you comment directly on that while generally not merited part of this?
I don't see it in front. Where is it in front of me?
It's up on the Google Doc, I believe, on the left. The discussion of these ideas, while generally not merited, can occur as outlined in the next slide. And my question was, is that language going to have a dampening effect on some of those age-appropriate discussions?
Well, I think it comes later because, as you know, some board members have been arguing that we created the Great Escape Clause that allowed teachers to do whatever they wanted. I don't see it that way. I see it as balancing out and making certain that we protect academic, what's the right word? We're protecting long-held educational strategies for teaching concepts that align with the core standards. And that's always been in place as long as I've been a teacher. So I think how it is fine. And I'm frozen.
Sorry. Board member Earl, go ahead.
Yeah, I think my mind's gone somewhere else. I was just thinking of something, but I can't remember what I was going to say. So here you go. Should have written it down.
If we're ready on this one, then to vote, we've got some amendments here on the board. Brent, have you got your hand up for a motion?
I'm frozen.
I can hear you.
I have no control over my screen right now.
Okay. Do we have someone else that would like to make a motion? Okay,
I'd be happy to, Chair.
thank you, Laura. Appreciate it.
Okay, sorry, I was a little slow on the trigger there.
No problem.
Are we approving slide 10?
That
I'd
would
like to make a
slide-
motion that we,
Slide 10 with the speaker notes.
with the speaker notes and the amendments, the additional writing, however, they're really not amendments,
Okay,
but what's on the screen, how's that?
that sounds good. Laura has stated the motion that's before the committee. Any discussion to that motion? Brent, your hand's up, but I imagine that's because you're frozen.
Yes.
Okay. Hopefully your voting button works because we're going to go ahead and vote on this.
It doesn't.
Board members, go ahead and vote. And Board Member Straight, are you in favor or against the motion?
In favor.
Okay, looks like we're unanimous again on this one. Norley,
That's correct, Chair.
okay. We'll move to slide 11. And this is the second set of elements that may not be promoted or endorsed. We've already fixed the headline on this. We can do the same with the bolding that we did before. Brent, there, Jeff's way ahead of me on that. Anything that needs to be done to this slide other than those touch-ups? Okay, not seeing any comments on this slide. Let's go to the speaker notes. So these are the speaker notes for slide 11. Can we get that all the way up on the screen, Jeff? Thank you. Oh, there we go. Okay. Jenny, I've got your hand up.
Yeah, I just don't like the examples. I would just prefer we use, some of the examples from the civil rights thing again. I think there's assumption that's built into these.
Have you got an example that you'd like to substitute for those?
Yeah, I do actually. It's off it. So you want me to send it?
Sure.
It has to do with 9/11 and classmates of a Muslim group of Korean students. Do you want me to send that on?
Please, yeah. Let's get this done. If we don't like these, then let's propose some other ones and let's keep it moving. Is there anything else while Jenny's working on that? Let's see, Patty, please go ahead.
Yeah, it may be easiest just to put it in the chat, Board Member Earl, and that way Jeff can just pull it over.
The computer I have the notes on is not the one I'm using so yes, it probably would be easiest, but I just sent it to him. I don't think it has a message on it, Jeff, sorry. So.
Okay, while we're looking at that, I can see that we use prohibited objectionable again. So in the speaker notes, we'd want to change that. About the fourth line down. Okay, and the portion I think that Jenny is proposing that we amend would be this portion about the founding fathers as an example. Is that right?
Yeah, that's exactly right.
Okay.
So. I mean, this is a narrative form, so I guess it could be edited down. This is one of those off the civil rights documents that we have on the board, but it would be relevant to past mistakes of others that, someone having to take the responsibility or, that type of a thing. So very relevant and people are very familiar with this, so.
And what's going in there is not looking right. Let's see. Classmates of a Muslim group of Korean students has repeatedly stolen her middle school student, call him. It's not looking right on my screen.
The email came in disjointed. Could you resend that?
Oh, so sorry. I don't know why. Let me see if I can do it one more time. Oh, you know what? I probably, when I copied it, it probably came in disjointed. Does that make sense? Because it was out of a different text. How do I do that? I don't know why it's discombobulated that way. Let me see if I can actually find the thing from our website.
Okay, while we're working on that, Janet has her hand up. Just in the interest of time, we'll let Jenny work on that, and then Janet. Still not hearing you, Janet.
Well, that's because I'm on mute.
Okay,
Hopefully I got it now. All right. I'm looking at what's underlined in green that says also includes shaming male students because of wage gaps or historical voting rights issues. So I don't really get that. Wage gaps, would that be very applicable to K-12 students? Or would they be looking at wage gaps from parents or?
yeah,
That
I'll
just
ask-
seemed a little odd to me.
I'll ask staff to comment, but I think they're talking about the gender wage gaps and gender voting issues.
Ew.
Okay,
Where
that was stated that way, instead of shaming male students because of wage gaps.
gender wage gaps or historical female voting rights issues or something like that. I mean, that's the male-female divide, I guess, that they're talking about.
That might be an important element because I've read in the newspaper that Utah has the largest inequity between male-female wages in the nation. So it could be important, but I don't think it's well stated.
But it's not our male students' fault. Right? Maybe we can look at that and I think just adding,
So,
gender wage gaps or historical female voting rights issues, something like that. To continue with that.
I think that's better.
We want to use that one. So was that what you had, Janet?
Yeah, that was where my concern was. And I think you stated it so that it's much more understandable.
So female wage gaps or gender wage gaps or historical female voting rights issues.
That's better.
Okay. And then we'll bounce back to Jenny. Have we got that example straightened
okay,
out?
so
Look at it.
Jeff, I'm going to read it. What happened is there's two narratives, and when I copied it, it kept them, it went every other line. So I'm just going to, well, you can keep it. Oh, yeah, okay. It might be easier to have it up, and then as I read it, you can just eliminate the part that's not there. So it says, during a lesson about 9/11, classmates of a Muslim, and then erase it until you get to middle school. Sorry, I didn't realize it copied both stories. So erase group of Korean. Yeah. There you go. Erase that. So middle school students call him a terrorist and tell him to. So now go to the word go back. Yeah, keep going. Go. Yep, there you go. Tell him to go back to his country. The teacher tells the class that's it. Start at that. Only Muslims have not denounced. Okay, sorry. Only Muslims or terrorists. Okay, did we get there? Okay, so now you start at student. and then you go down to why. Leave why. So because students who are, that's where you need to erase. Jeff, you're awesome. Students, okay, why Muslims have not denounced the terrorist attacks. That's where we start, as it attacks. And then stop right before of. So go down to the, yeah, all the way down to, yep, there you go. And then start again at about. And stop at the statements. Yep. But and then, so it's, the end, last line says, school officials take no steps to respond. I think we're there. Yep, that's it. Okay, sorry about that.
Oh, I think, Jenny, there was something in there about 9/11 that was cut out that might.
Okay, let me read through the whole thing. Let's see what we've missed. During a lesson about 9/11, classmates of Muslim middle school students call him a terrorist and tell him to go back to his country. The teacher tells the class that only some Muslims are terrorists and asks the student why Muslims have not denounced the terrorist attacks of 9/11. Should I read that part? And ask the students why Muslims have not denounced, do we have that in there? Denounced the terrorist attacks of 9/11, period. The student complains, do we have that? The student complains to a school official about the statements, oh yeah, the statements of his teacher and classmates, but the school officials take no steps to respond. Yep, that's it. Goodness, sorry about that, you guys.
Okay. So Patty, you've got your hand there, please.
Yeah, I'm thinking that this needs a and then statement. So it gives an example, but then it doesn't state what happens. So I think that's the portion that might be needed in there. So it says, here's an example of what happened. And then it doesn't say this was good or bad. No steps taken could mean that the school agreed with the teacher or the student or didn't get back to them. So I think it needs an and then statement.
Well, the and then would be that a civil rights violation was filed, but because that's where the story ends, but it's just showing violations of that. So however, yeah.
So maybe even in the beginning, a violation of this, you know, an example.
Yeah, let me see if I can.
Of.
So at the beginning of this, we might want to say an example of unacceptable behavior would be.
Action. Yeah, inaction. Yeah.
You know, from my point of view, that's certainly a more complete and understandable example than maybe some of the one sentence examples that we had in before. So I would support adding that. Patty, your hand's up. Did you have more to add? No? Okay. Any other committee member? Oh, Michelle? I keep seeing your hand flash up, but I don't catch it. I don't know if you're taking it down or if your question or comment's been.
Not sure why it does that because I didn't put it up. I apologize, sir.
There must be something important that you need to tell us. Okay. Anything else from committee members on this portion? Oh, Jenny?
Well, when you say this portion, are you talking this whole slide, like page 11?
This part, yep, all of it.
Okay, so once again, I just have to ask, why are we, and when we get to discrimination, which is the next piece, it's really hard when we start picking and choosing the examples here, right? Because there's not a single person or group or, you know, all the listings that we have that no matter what, we wouldn't want them discriminated against. And the idea that one weighs out over another, any discrimination, right, is unwarranted. And so I would actually recommend we just reference R277-217 again, if we want to do that. That just says you cannot, may not exclude a student from participating in a program or deny grant any benefit to a student or encourage a student to develop a prejudice on the basis, we've got that already listed ones. I would just recommend we listed that again if we're going to do that and not put the examples in, because we're kind of, I mean, I could think of more groups to add that are bullied and discriminated against. Do you see what I'm saying? And actually highlighting one, we're saying, pay attention to this one over others, which that isn't the case. I don't think that's what anybody's meaning, but in this case of discrimination, I don't know that anybody questions that could take place or has taken place. So
your
I would recommend striking the examples that are given and just referencing R277-217. And also having them go back to our resource guide again.
So this may go back to what Superintendent Dixon talked about, where sometimes too many examples are not the best thing. I do think there's been an effort in putting this together to broaden the discussion from just race to include other groups. So that, because if you remember when this rule came about, the focus was particularly on just race, and we've broadened that considerably. And so I know that some of the examples were purposely chosen to not be just race examples. But how do other committee members feel about that? Bringing in the language from 217. Oh, Janet's good with the suggestion. Laura, you're still with us, Laura, please.
Yes, I'm going to be leaving soon, but I'm hanging in as long as I can.
We appreciate it.
The thing about 117 is I'm just wondering if it's an overarching of all of these, of this whole thing, rather than by each individual slide. That's just something to think about moving forward. Sorry.
Oh, so Laura, saying that, you mean a reference maybe in the beginning that says that, rule R277-217 is works hand in hand with the information that will be presented today. And
Something along those lines, rather than trying to incorporate it here and there, hit and miss along the way. Thank you, Chair.
okay. And then we have pulled specific language from 217. I mean, we may be able to do both, reference it in the beginning, overarching, and then pull it in. Let's think about that, I guess. Brent, your
Can
hands
we-
up, Patty's hands up. So Brent,
Yep.
please, and then Patty. Go ahead, Brent. Oh, have we lost you? Board Member Straight. Okay, Patty.
In alignment with what Board Member Belknap was just speaking about, having that preface about 217, it may also be good that examples have been taken from different protected classes or from different areas and are not meant to be all inclusive. Something along those lines, so that there can be different examples, which is what the superintendents were asking for, is make this concrete for us instead of just reading the rule. And so the information about what it really looks like in the classroom. So maybe something along the lines of what Board Member Belknap was talking about, so that they know that each of these examples is one thing, but it doesn't mean it's inclusive of or exclusive of.
Okay, is there, while we're working on this slide 11 in the speaker notes, could you, Patty, maybe help us with what that initial statement might look like, so that we can get that included and take a vote, or at least take a vote on that? And then Brent, I don't know if you've dropped out or what's happening there. Jenny, your hand is.
I'm back. Let's move on.
Yeah, okay. So when you say let's move on, are we ready to make a motion on this slide? I don't know that we've looked at all of it. There's some stuff down at the bottom that, can we see all of slide 11 notes? Oh, there we go. Thank you. Okay, this is what we're working on right now. And right now we have added the language, well, we've cleaned it up for prohibited objectionable. We've added the language about gender wage gaps and female voting rights issues. We've added an example about 9/11. And then we haven't talked yet about this bottom piece, except that Jenny has said that she would substitute, she would take the example from here and substitute language from 217 that is more general about not denying any opportunities or treating anyone from any of the various classes in a discriminatory way. So I think that's where our discussion is right now. Is there anyone want to voice support for what Board Member Earl's proposing? Are we okay with the way this is written? How do we feel?
Can I make just another comment? And I don't know that it needs to be cited here, but we have, we've had extensive, and Scott, you know this, discussion about bullying. We had that rule that forever, right? And a day we met with. So it might even be appropriate to cite that here because it's been thoroughly vetted. Just a reference to that rule would be one of those. We're already doing this. It's just a reminder of you can't do it, right? That's the point. But we already have a rule in place to address this. As a matter of fact, we have a law in place to address this. And so all districts are already doing this. So maybe even referencing that might be appropriate here as well.
Okay, I could certainly support that reference. I think that is a key part of this. And Jenny's,
I can see if I can find it.
That had a lot of public scrutiny and scrutiny through the legislature and the education community. So probably good. I'm not seeing any other comments on this area. So we have the proposal to delete this example, to add the reference to the bullying rule, and to add a reference to 217. We okay with all of those? Any comments from any of the committee members? In favor, speak in favor or against? Brent? And then,
Maybe I missed something, but I did miss some things. So why did we add a second example at this point and then, well, okay, I see what we're doing. I just don't, in the essence of time, I don't see the necessity of that second example up on slide 11. And then as you move down, yeah, the reference to that rule, I think I heard Board Member Belknap mention that really that's kind of overarching for the whole thing. And yet those examples are pretty short and sweet, whereas the second one up above is pretty long. So I'm in favor of keeping the bottom examples and taking that second example out, not because I disagree with it, but just to make the presentation flow better and to give examples in both sections. That's my thoughts.
okay, Janet. No, Janet, you're muted again.
I did it again. I'm sorry. Yeah, I think that in the below, the lower examples are redundant, that you, if you wanted an example, you could say an example of the prohibited element would be discriminating against a student or educator who identifies as LGBTQ, et cetera, et cetera. And I don't see a need for the second example either. We may be getting hung up on lots of examples, as Sid suggested.
Okay, do we have a amendment then to the, I believe, so the motion right now is to accept the rule as it's stated. I guess we haven't gotten to that point. Sorry, it's getting a little bit late for me. So we're looking for a motion on
Okay,
the,
I'll make a motion that amends the motion on the floor. And the amendment would be to delete the second bullet, that long example, and then on the lower bullets to just make that shorter into one bullet that says an example of the prohibited element would be discriminating against a student or educator who identifies as LGBTQIA, or who may identify. And then add the, I know what 217 says. I don't know what the other one that they added says.
613 is the bullying rule.
Bullying, okay.
So just a statement then at the end that says that these, you know, the prohibitions on discrimination and bullying are detailed in these two rules.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that would be good.
I just,
That would be my motion as Scott said it.
okay. So we have a motion on the floor. I have a question. So this example on the second part says, so we're saying we can't promote or endorse that a student or educator should be discriminated against or receive adverse treatment. And then the example is that we discriminate against a student or educator. That doesn't add a lot to the conversation for me. Is there?
Maybe it's just better to eliminate the examples, leave the paragraph at the top, and then make the bullets be the rules.
Okay, would you like?
Would that solve the issue, do you think?
So we certainly can. And I've certainly heard the comments. I understand the direction of not having the examples, but my personal preference would be to add more context, because I think that that's what we're trying to do here, and to explain the rule and give the teachers some firm ground to stand on. So anywhere that we can include examples, I'm more in favor of that. I'm only one person on the committee, but that's what I would say. So I would be in favor of including all the examples, and then making the bottom example a little bit better than it is now. But we have a motion on the floor, and we can certainly take the vote on that, unless well, that's where we are. We've got that motion on the floor. So are we ready, committee members? Go
What's
ahead.
the motion? Is it-
Yeah, and
Yeah.
Chair, you can amend motions in committee, I believe.
Yeah, we can amend those. I just don't know if we need to move forward. I mean, mine would be a different motion. So I think we need to move forward with this one. I don't know that I can amend this because it's taken away the examples that I would leave in.
Okay.
So is there any other comment on this? Patty, you've got your hand up, and Laura, I'll clarify what the motion is when we hear from Patty.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify two things. If Jeff scrolls up just a little bit, in working on language that could be added as a precursor slide. And then also, if we're referencing these rules, maybe something to do. No, Jeff, stay right where you're at and then scroll down just a little bit, because I did it right underneath where you're at. right there. So.
Okay, Patty, I don't want to get into the introductory slide.
No, but
on
yeah,
this.
so, but with that, what we could do is right in the very beginning, instead of referencing back on these rules, we could just put the reference, but then put all of that in the appendix so that we have all of that appendix instead of having to restate or put something in the rule itself or that slide itself.
Okay. Okay, thank you. And Jenny, you've patiently got your hand up. I don't know if you mean to have it up. It's still up from before.
Yeah, I just think the difference between the top one and the bottom one, and not necessarily the examples, if we don't want the longer example, is the one is not something that I think people, I think it's a newer thought process, right? Trying to blame someone else for historical. Whereas the bottom one, we can list, well, we've got a huge list here, LGBTQIA+, which, includes whatever else that people want to include there. But the point is that I think articulating the rules and understanding the rules is where we need there, not necessarily more examples. I think that doesn't add anything to the conversation, actually. But anyways, I would leave the top one in and remove the bottom with just the articulation of the rules that have been thoroughly vetted. So.
Okay. I'm not sure that I can restate the motion at this point. I'm trying. Janet, does what's on the board right now accurately reflect your motion?
Yes, it does, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor to accept slide 11 as stated here with changes to the first example. And that second example was added but is not included in this motion. There's some wordsmithing that's been done on the next example, and then the addition of R277-217 and R277-613 references there. Any comments or any discussion to that motion? Patty?
Sure. Yeah, I apologize. I'm just looking at it as if we're reading these verbatim, and I'm reading speaker notes verbatim, if I were the one doing this, I would read this and then do I just say, student or educator who identifies as LGBTQIA+, and then I would say R277-217, R277-613. You see what I'm?
Yep. Okay. I think the direction was for staff to include a reference to those, but how would we word that? Give us a suggestion about.
And further
more detailed information on acceptable classroom behavior can be found.
Yes. I just want to be clear because I don't want to add in a word or take out a word, whoever's narrating it, and have it seem like it wasn't exactly as stated. So thank you.
Right. Okay. So R277-217, and then we'd probably need the title for that. And then R277-613, because the audience is not going to necessarily have all those rules memorized. Okay. All right. I think that we are ready. So the motion before the committee is to accept slide number, this one, 10, with the speaker notes as shown on the screen. Committee members, please go ahead and vote. Let's see, and Nora Lee, what do you see? I can't get everybody on the screen here.
I've got 3 for yeses and 2 for nos. I got Laura Belknap and Jenny Earl as nos and the rest as yeses.
Okay,
Chair.
that motion passes. And I'm anticipating there'll probably be more discussion about that in our board meeting, but that motion passes committee. Okay, we are on slide 12. Whoa. That is a busy home screen. Now we're on application in the classroom. This slide is not verbatim from the rules. I think we need to look at this closely and understand what's here. Any comments, suggested changes from committee members? So we're looking at the 3 different areas that are covered by the rule: classroom instruction and class curriculum. Is that the way it's worded, Patty, where it says classroom instruction and curriculum, or is that classroom? That first one?
I'm looking at Jeff as well, so I'm double checking as well.
Oh, I see. So this is, so classroom instruction and curriculum are the applications that are common to both of those. And then we've broken out the specific ones on curriculum and the specific ones on instruction. And this, so this isn't dealing with professional learning at all. That's why it says application in the classroom at the top. Okay.
Yeah, so actually the first column says what's prohibited, and then it says if it contains, and then the other one moves next.
Okay. So again, we've got the prohibited, objectionable, and that I think we're on the may not be promoted or endorsed. Okay. And then we have the same change that needs to be made in column 2. And we have prohibited. Okay, with those changes, committee, are we okay on what's on this slide? It looks like it's just gonna allow the presenter to kind of walk through the general structure of what needs to happen in the classroom. Laura, and then Jenny.
I guess I have a question on number 2. If curriculum contains prohibited elements, so how can the curriculum contain prohibited elements?
Yeah, I can comment on that and then we can go to staff, but I think prohibited, and the reason I've been kind of diligent in trying to get that word out is because the rule doesn't necessarily prohibit any discussion. It just says if these certain concepts or ideas are going to be presented, we need to be really careful about the way they're presented. And so it's got some special rules and guidelines. So I think if the teachers are going to have a discussion about some of those 4 items in an age-appropriate way, and it talks about age-appropriate and being done in the right way, then we need to jump through these extra hoops to do that. Okay, Laura.
Yeah, but we're talking about curriculum here. We're not talking about an open discussion in a classroom where it.
Yep, let's pull up the rule. And you can see how that's written.
I don't know that it talked about curriculum.
Okay,
Did it? You're going to have to help me.
Let's get the rule up and we can walk through that. Okay, maybe Jeff, can you just get your pointer out and walk us through the part that deals with curriculum there? I think it's number 2 right there, isn't it? Provide curriculum. So if if you've got a history book or a current events book or something like that, that's adopted as curriculum that contains some of these concepts or elements, then it has to go through this process to make sure that it's presented in a manner that's compliant with the rule.
Okay,
And I'm with you, Laura. I don't know that there's going to be a lot of curriculum, but maybe 5 years from now, there'll be curriculum that has, a big discussion of what's been going on in the United States over the past, couple of years with some of this. But, that's the process that's laid out. Okay, Jenny? Then Janet. Oh, Jenny, you're down or?
Yeah. Oh, no. Oh, sorry. I mean, I've had concerns with this from the start, this idea that, maybe it does contain those contents. We just need to get approval through a public, through a meeting, and then we're good. There's just a concern there that's, they're just not, I don't know. I'm hoping it works well, right? I guess we can come revisit it if we have numerous violations or whatever of things that, are going on. I hope there's enough in there. I just have the same concerns.
And I appreciate, those concerns being voiced. I think that we have a rule. It's going to go out into the field. It's going to be tested. If there are areas that we find aren't working right, those will certainly be brought to our attention, or we'll be able to discover those, and rules are certainly revisable. We can.
So just one other comment, and this may go back to, once again, Board Member Cannon's thoughts earlier. It's important that our educators understand the civil rights laws, the constitutional amendment, what I mean? These laws, so that there is just a clear, R277, 217 that talks about educator professional practices, that they've got to understand those. So it just makes it clear. It doesn't leave ambiguity if those are addressed. So.
Okay, and we do, and staff, don't let me forget, we have that preamble that I think Patty drafted for us that we won't leave hanging. That is something that we need to look at to add to this. Janet, please, and Laura, you've got your hand up, so I'll get you after Janet.
Okay, this concern is on the slide under number 1, classroom instruction and curriculum. It says prohibited objectionable elements of educational equity, professional learning are allowed if not being promoted or endorsed, if in alignment with state law, federal law, if contain age appropriate content. Contain age appropriate content doesn't make sense. Should we say if it contains? That's better.
Okay.
Even better.
Okay. We'll include this in our vote on the rest of the motion. Laura, please go ahead. Oh. Okay. Brent, please.
So I'm running this through in my mind. 1 makes sense to me. 2 doesn't. So can be approved in an open and regular public meeting. I can't think of an example of something that will need to go before the LEA for me to teach it. Now, for number one, I can see the process for that. And I can think of lots of examples as I look through core curriculum. But I cannot see, I can't think of a single example of number two. I don't know what else to say. Anyway.
Okay, that, Brent, I think that's the process that's laid out in the rule. If an LEA doesn't have any curriculum that contains any of those elements, then it doesn't need to go through that process.
Right.
So specifically, I mean, there are other processes for approving curriculum. But I believe the intent in the rule was to make sure that any textbooks or materials that were used in class as curriculum that might touch on these subjects had a chance for the public to vet them.
Oh, that makes sense. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. Anything else on this slide? And Laura, I see your hand up. I don't.
Yeah.
Okay.
Brian Quisenberry had a comment in the chat box.
Okay.
It's just real simple. And column one has a double negative, which can lead to some potential confusion. So if possible, I would try and rewrite that so it's not a double negative.
So the elements may not be promoted or endorsed. So that's describing what elements
And then number one,
are allowed if they're not being promoted or endorsed. Okay.
so you got the two knots there.
Yeah, I don't see the problem, but maybe somebody who's an English person can comment. So
Is that first one just repeating what the first sentence says?
So we're describing these things that have been described in various ways as objectionable elements or prohibited elements. We're not using those words. Instead, we're calling them the elements that may not be promoted or endorsed. So that's the object of, what we're talking about. And then we go down and say that they, can't be promoted or endorsed. So I don't. Yeah. Personally, I don't see the need for the change, but
Well, and elements is a plural noun, so it is doesn't work anymore. They are would be.
So are in alignment.
They are in alignment. That's changed from what I had on my screen.
And then so on 2, that would change to are contained, right? Or contains. So elements contain.
Yeah, that's right.
You can short that number one to say, instead of are in alignment, just say align with state law.
Are aligned.
Okay.
So, okay, sorry to backtrack here a little bit, but when in this first line, elements that may not be promoted or endorsed, in our rule, we actually say R2, R277 328-3, but instead of saying that here, we're saying we're just talking about a specific element, specific piece, right? So when you removed one of them here, that is a key piece of even though we have the double negative, it has to be there because the one is like saying the name of it. The other one is saying this can't happen. One's the noun, one's the action. So when you remove that, you're talking about pieces, but you're missing a key part of it. Does that make sense?
It actually does to me. I wonder if we could address that by saying the elements listed in R277,
yeah,
whatever, regarding educational equity, professional learning are allowed if they, and then are not promoted or endorsed, and then these other two.
I think that's a better way to do it, because one, you're actually stating what it is. The other one, you're saying you can't do that. You know, so one's the action, the other's the noun. So yeah, I think that would clarify it better, but you can't not have number one in there. 'Cause, well, first of all, it's in the rule. And second of all, that's, you know, one of the primary points to this whole, you know, part that we were put in.
Yeah. Okay, any other comments to what we have on this page? Is there any opposition to what we have done on this one? Okay, not seeing any hands or comments. We'll go to the speaker notes on this one. And I guess there's a spacing issue there that I think will be cleaned up on that first one, but that's fine. Okay, so can read the speaker notes. And I don't think that we've added much here. In the speaker notes, we're just talking through exactly what's on the slide. I do have a question for staff, and I think we've talked about this a little bit before. Do we need to get into any more depth on what's age appropriate? Because we're not defining that or giving examples. We are just saying age appropriate, like everybody knows what that means. And I think that's a pretty common educational term. I mean, to have age appropriate content, but I know that there's lots of different opinions on what is. Patty and then Jenny.
That is one that we can include in that definitions checklist, in that definitions list for September's meeting. There's a lot of words in here that we're assuming that educators know, but that will actually give more meat to all of this. And so that's one we could add there.
How do educators deal with that now? I mean, when they're trying to decide whether a movie can be shown in class or that would be a common one.
Yeah. Usually a movie would be ratings. It would also be Lexile levels and according to the standards. So it covers the standards for that grade level. That would be part of it. It would also be Lexile levels, you know, is it accessible via vocabulary for that age of student? And there's a lot of indicators that would go into that. It's not one thing.
And that's just being made by teachers pretty much on an individual basis to say, you know, here's the catalog of movies I could show on this subject or to teach this particular, you know, concept. And so they look at their class and decide which ones would be best to use.
Yeah, it should start from the perspective of I have a standard to teach. Here's the best way of teaching it, and here are the supporting materials or resources that I could use. And so it would be from the standard. So if it's not according to the standard, then looking through it as the other thing of age appropriateness would go along with it. So it starts with what are the standards? How do I teach them? What are the Lexile levels? And, you know, is it age appropriate according to maturity levels and whatnot?
Okay. We're going to go Michelle and then Jenny.
Some districts or LEAs actually have policies that help guide that as well, regarding what type and rating of videos and movies can be shown at different grade levels.
So that's just a support then for the teachers that they can.
It's not a support. It's a policy that they have to abide by. Well, so it's not discretionary for them.
With regard to movies that already have some kind of rating associated with them.
Yes.
Okay, that's all I meant by support. I understand that they'd have to follow the rule if that was laid out, but it wouldn't cover all the bases for them, just the movie part.
Correct.
Okay. Jenny, please.
So keep in mind, we just approved an example, LGBTQ, I think it's IA plus. And so when you're talking elementary teachers, And, you know, they're adding the pluses, whatever those pluses are, which there's a variety of them out there on acronyms, and they're thinking, I want to make sure nobody's being discriminated against. And you got people thinking, you know, they can share, you know, that it's age appropriate because we don't want anybody in our classroom. So there's just a wide variety of ideas about what's appropriate and age appropriate. And where we just listed an example that's going to, you know, we're sharing this with all of our whole, you know, broad base, and it's dealing with sexual content, most of it, and preferences, you know, you know, what is age appropriate? So I don't know, it's an interesting twist that we'll have played out there. Hopefully people can be thoughtful and respectful, but, you know.
Yeah, I'm not sure what help we can give. I think it'd be interesting to look at the policies that Michelle referred to in some of the districts, but those are relying again on another external, I guess, ratings, you know, that have been applied to, that are trying to be somewhat objective. I don't know how well they do. But I think if we got a bunch of parents in a room, we'd have a hard time coming up with what's age appropriate, you know, across the board. So maybe there's nothing more that we can do right now except say age appropriate, and the teachers are in the same boat that they've been in up until now. And then as we work on definitions, maybe we can do better. Maybe districts can help us to do better on trying to define what age appropriate is. But I don't know if there's not a standard kind of a definition that we can adopt that's being used in education. I don't know that we're going to be able to come up with one tonight. Other ideas, other comments from staff or committee members? I think we're heading towards just leaving that one where it is. Jenny?
I think especially where that may not be promoted or endorsed, and though it may be redundant area of classroom instruction, it may be worth repeating our definition, right? Because this isn't going through a vetting process. So it may be redundant, but it may be worth just the repeat because of it not going through a thorough vetting. Well, the same vetting process, I guess I should say. Still should adhere, but just a reminder of what that vetting process is. So just adding our.
So you're not talking about a vetting process, you're just talking about the definition, longer definition of promoted or endorsed.
Yeah, that may not be promoted or endorsed, which means whatever we just put earlier is all. So we're just reiterating.
On the second, I see the cursor is sitting on promoted endorsed. You're talking about the second one down below. The concepts are not being promoted or endorsed, which means that that's what you're saying. Add a definition there where the cursor sits now.
Yes, it needs to be on classroom instruction because the other does go through a more thorough vetting process. This is, I think this just is where it's.
Okay.
That's somewhere.
Any committee members have an objection?
I would do it up. Elements that may not be promoted or endorsed does not require additional approvals. But I would, which me, does that work? I don't want it messy, but.
Yeah, I would think if we're going to add it, we'd add it to where it was down below.
Yeah, we better do it there. I don't think it
That's
works.
where you're talking about the action and not the noun. Okay. Other committee members, any comment, opposition, support of adding that? I personally don't have a problem with reiterating it. I think that's one of the most important parts of the rule.
Could you remind me what it means? What do you-
I have to pull the language from back where we talked about that, but we had
Yes.
the dictionary definition for promote, endorse. Back further. Back again, I think.
No, this is it right here. That was it.
Was that
To
Sorry.
present as facts. Yeah.
There we are.
I think you have to include to present as fact as well.
Yeah, there was one sentence before that. So in the concepts are not being promoted or endorsed. I mean, okay. 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 Any further comment or discussion on slide 12, on the notes to slide 12? Seeing none. Entertain a motion to adopt the slide 12 on the notes associated with it as are displayed on our screen. You have a motion to do that?
I'll make that motion. I motion that we accept slide 12 as presented with deletions and additions on our screen currently.
Okay, thank you. Any discussion to the motion? Seeing none, please go ahead and vote. And Brent, are you still with us?
I just got back. What are we voting on?
We're voting on what's on your screen, slide 12 and those comments.
The red's coming out?
It's green on my screen.
Oh,
Green in,
okay.
and strikeouts are out.
I apologize. My computer just keeps messing up on me.
No problem, happens sometimes. So I think if we've got Brent in favor, I believe that makes another unanimous vote. Is that what you see, Nora Lee?
That's correct, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Moving to slide 13. Okay. Availability of professional learning materials. This is talking about the process for transparency with those materials with regard to parent requests to see those. So the rule says that they must be made available upon request, either before or after the training is offered. There's no deadline or specific number of days spelled out, but it needs to be reasonable. And the requester has to be a parent, so they need to have a student in the school or district. So on receipt of a request, the school is going to verify that it is a parent that's making the request, and then provide copy of the rule, a compliance rubric, and we've seen some of the school districts already beginning to produce those, and then provide a copy of the learning materials. So this would be the school board, or the state board will make a copy of their materials available on our website. But these are materials that come through the districts. So specific materials developed there. Any questions or additions, modifications to this slide? Not seeing any hands. So we'll move to the comments. These are the presenter notes. And in reviewing this, I don't know that too much was added until we get down here to the 53G 803. And that is really, the language, a student's parent is the primary person responsible for the education. The state's secondary and supportive. Student's parent has a right to reasonable academic accommodations. Each accommodation should be considered on an individual basis. That doesn't, does that second part fit with this? Maybe staff can comment as to, I think the first part certainly is applicable, but then we get down here into these accommodations. So what are we talking about there? Is that Jeff or Patty? Could you help us?
Yeah, I'm looking at Jeff, but I'm also on the statute itself. And there can be that piece, or in subsection 4, it's an LEA shall reasonably accommodate the request of a student's parent to visit and observe any class the student attends. So there's a list of them. I think that there's 4 of them about reasonable accommodations for parents.
Okay, so what's the point that we're trying to get across to the educators and administrators from this, that parents have a right to be involved with the process and to know what's going on with professional learning? Is the citation, is the copy of that portion of the law, is that on point? Is that a good enough explanation, or do we need to add something to help the people who receive this training understand it?
I am trying to figure out why some of this is in here as well, because the professional learning wouldn't merit a reasonable accommodation because the student isn't undergoing professional learning. I'm going to have to look for a second and see if I can understand why we added this in.
Okay.
I think this was more under curriculum than it should have been here in professional learning.
So maybe we can have you look, Jeff, and Jenny, you've got your hand up on this one.
Yeah, so maybe, I don't know, maybe I have a question about it too now if it's under a different area. But I was just gonna say, I guess that B says to me that you don't no favoritism, right? But I'm not sure if that's, I guess I'll have to look back at the slide too.
If we're talking about academic accommodations down there, I'm just not sure that it's in sync.
Yeah, because we're talking specifically about professional development, right?
Uh-huh. Well, this is parents' access to professional development.
I think it's just in the wrong spot.
Okay. Do we need to strike that whole reference, or?
Seems like it may be appropriate on the next slide. I wonder if Jeff can just save it or move it somewhere, and then let's see if it's meant to go there and it got put in the wrong place.
Okay, let's try and deal with 13 here, and then we'll move forward. And maybe you can park that somewhere, Jeff, on a temporary holding spot. So what we're left with without that is pretty much verbatim what we have on the slide. Have we heard any comments from LEAs that this process isn't clear enough, or there is some discretion as to how far in advance or how much time is going to elapse before the training is made available? A parent could complain if they thought that wasn't reasonable, if they had to wait too long or couldn't get it ahead of time. Other than that, it seems fairly clear to me. Does anyone think that there's any more explanation we need to do?
I was just going to make a motion. We accept what's on the screen for slide 13. I mean,
have a motion before the committee to accept slide 3 and the notes, or excuse me, slide 13 and the notes for slide 13 as we've seen and as presented on the screen. Board members, is there any discussion of that motion? Not seeing any. Let's go ahead and vote. Okay. Let's see, I've got 1, 2, 3. It looks like we just lost Laura then for this one.
That's correct, Chair.
Yeah, she held with us for a long time. So we've got 4 votes in favor, so we are, that one will pass. Okay, we are on to the next one. And this one, this one is actually some, I think that this is outside of the rule itself and talks about the use of another rule that we have in place already for parents to raise concerns about educational topics. And so let's make sure that we understand this and go through it, but we're referring back to 277-113. The LEA's governing board has to provide a hotline. They need to post that number on the website, and they need to have a link on the website for the board's hotline. So they can go either to, if they choose to use their own hotline, they can do that. Or those can be, if I remember this rule correctly, those hotlines can be the same. So they can have people go straight to the board. I'm getting a nod up and down on that. So I think that's the general requirement for this complaint process. And we can look at any changes or comments, questions about that main slide. Not seeing anything from committee members. Let's go ahead and go to the speaker notes on this. We're not at the next slide yet. We're just to the speaker notes. So there we go. So a formal complaint process. I think it stresses here that the board is working on amendments so that the state board would be made aware at certain points of complaints that are coming in at the LEA level. So that's in the works. And let's see, 468 is the curriculum rule. Can we on each of these rules just put the title to the rule so that the presenter is not just quoting rule numbers? Or some shorthand to that, you know, the professional learning rule, the whatever these other rules are, the curriculum approval rule, somehow, you know, explain what those rules are about. Thanks, Jeff. And then I think there's an important paragraph down here that the LEA should promote local problem solving with teachers, principals, district leaders working through concerns in succession. So start with the teacher and move up the chain. And then talking about the changes that we're looking at making. Jenny, you have some comments on this?
Just on the last item here, I don't want confusion. So USB considers issues related to conformance to this rule to be employment issues, and a district should handle those, and not related to licensure unless it's a violation of R277, right? We spell that out in there. I mean, it's not like this rule circumvents any law, right? So the question is, you know, what's an accurate statement? If you violate licensing issues, then a district has to follow through with that, right? So I'm just trying to understand, we're saying no big deal, but then it doesn't it doesn't replace law or current policies. So I guess there's confusion on my part as to what we're really saying on that last line.
Would it help you, Jenny, if we just put generally considers issues related to conformance to this rule to generally be employment issues and not related
Yeah.
to possibly and extremely egregious? Because you're right. I mean, the licensing statutes are all still there, but we wouldn't expect that every complaint under this rule becomes a UPAC issue. It wouldn't go to the UPAC process. It would go through the general employment process, and the administrators at that point would look at it and say, is this a licensure issue, and refer it to UPAC if it is.
And in the case of a discrimination, which we are seeing as, things are, critical race theory is active discrimination. I'm just, we wouldn't want to give a false perception that just because it's, do you know what I'm saying? That you might have violated the rule, but if it's active discrimination, there definitely is going to be some follow through. So I just don't want to mislead people to think that, this rule somehow negates that. And but at the same time, I'm not trying to put educators in an alarming situation either. We just want to make sure it's clear. So there's not some kind of I thought, right. That you would just.
So what about the language that's there? I would say to generally be employment issues, or I would flip those two words. I don't know how. We need Janet maybe to help. It's getting late and I might be off, but this rule to generally be employment issues and not related to licensure, except possibly in extremely egregious cases.
Okay, well, maybe instead of egregious cases, it's except possibly in violation of law, right? Or whatever would reach that level, whether it's civil rights law or whatever. So I don't know.
Yeah, I don't
think
know
egregious
if
cases.
Other committee members have an opinion on this, but I think that what we're signaling here is that that these should generally go through the employment process, where there's a disciplinary process. There's a process where teachers have a chance to be on some kind of an improvement plan. If there's something that goes wrong, it wouldn't necessarily go straight to licensure unless it's egregious. Unless there's an egregious, I think means violation of the licensing statute.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure our dialogue helps to clarify that, right? In our minds, and hopefully others are listening. I just want to make sure there's no ambiguity. So that's one of the things the educators said is we want clarity so that we know. So I just didn't want ambiguity.
And really, to me, the important part here is that the administration is going to be involved to help to work through some of these issues, especially as we get used to this rule, both the public and the teachers. Administration is going to be there to work through it and do what makes sense. And it won't jump straight to a UPAC hearing, because that's a whole different setting where becomes more adversarial and not rehabilitative. So we've got Brent and Janet.
So can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, good. So I'm thinking of all the examples I've looked at over just the last week with the start of school. I've seen people highlight restorative practices as being using critical race theory. I've seen social emotional learning linked by some people to this. It seems like the definitions of what that entails is very difficult. We have an example of a teacher that resigned because they felt like they were being asked to do something that violated their values because it was social emotional learning. And in that instance, they went to administration. Administration brought in a team. They looked at it. They found some ways to accommodate. and the teacher still wasn't satisfied, so they resigned. So in every instance, the LEAs have dealt with these issues that I've seen, which some of them may or may not have come under the guise of what we're talking here. But nonetheless, I do not see an example where the districts did not respond. The districts did not have things in practice. And I think that's what it means by the employment issues in regards to this. And so saying something's possibly in extremely egregious cases, I just would rather not even go there. Let's put it in the hands of the LEAs. Let's give them the training. We have our rule. We've outlined specific ways in which you can violate that. And so let's go into the hands of the LEAs. They're the ones that make the decisions on curriculum anyway. All the things I've seen have had to do with curriculum in some way, or a teacher not following professional practice. But and so what that example may apply to us, but it's not going to come through this rule. It's already in place. I don't think there's a single thing, even at our level. If it comes to UPAC, it's already in place. And for the most part, I think it falls into the LEAs. So I'm not in agreement to have that, except possibly. I don't like possibly, and egregious is hard to define as well.
Okay. Let's hear from Janet, and then let's get a motion out on this one.
Well, my first point is a simple one. It's back on the slide, and I think we're just missing, at least in what I have on my computer, we're missing a word on the third bullet down. Post a link on the school's website, contact information. Oh, maybe not. I was thinking we were missing post a link on the school's website with contact information for the board's hotline. Was what was making sense to me, but maybe this does make sense. Post a link on the school's website, contact information. So I guess every school's website has contact information. Is that what we're saying?
Let's go to staff for some help with that. Did we leave a word out, or is this what we meant it to say? Because I think we could read it either way.
I'm double checking the rule to see if this is a direct quote. Hold on just a moment.
And then maybe while he is checking that out, I'll just make a comment on what Brent said. I think that it is a point that could be made to assuage teachers' fears or concerns about this rule by saying that USBE considers issues related to conformance to this rule to be employment issues and not related to licensure. And that might be sufficient. I think the point that is to come across is that these kinds of things would be at the employment level and not at the licensure level. So with that in mind, I'll make a motion that we delete the words except possibly in extremely egregious cases.
And just to answer the question on the slide, the rule actually says the following: post a link on the school's website in a readily accessible location with contact information on the board's hotline. So I added the word with.
Okay, so I'll make that part of my amendment also, that we add the word with to that third bullet on the slide.
Okay. So we have a motion before the committee to approve and adopt the slide with the addition of the word with and the presenter notes as are shown on the screen with the additions and deletions that have been made. Is there any discussion to that motion? I've got Patty, let's hear from you, and then Jenny's got her hand up.
There was a question that was posed to the committee and I never got answered. So I just wanted to bring it back up where it says to this rule to be generally employment issues, to change that to generally be employment issues.
Is there a grammarian or
Yeah.
an instructor among us that could? I would prefer generally be employment issues, but I think you can read it either way.
It's all right with me.
Okay. Okay, and then to Jenny.
So maybe someone can help me. Couldn't employment issues actually be related to licensure? Or is these two different categories? It could be depending on what it is, right? Is that?
Okay, it looks like we have Michelle ready to answer that one.
Yes, there are times when they fall into both. And in Rule 217, it has a list of circumstances when LEAs are required to report to UPAC. And so if it fell within those parameters of 217 that says LEA reporting, then they would be required to. And generally, when there's a UPAC case, there is an employment case that happens at the same time.
So then we may need to be accurate on this. To this rule to generally be employment issues and not usually related to licensure. I'm just saying, we're stating it's not related to licensure, but it's outlined on there that it could be, just depending on what the violation is. So I would recommend we added and usually and not usually related. So usually.
Don't we cover that with the generally? Don't we just say that, hey, this is the normal course of events. It's going to be treated as an employment issue. And then, I mean, what happens, I think practically, and Michelle can help us with this, is that there's some complaint made by someone or an administrator sees something. They start through the employment process. And if after they dig into it or during the employment disciplinary process, they find that the teacher is either not cooperative or has made violations that that are listed in 217, then it turns into an employment action at the same time. They have a mandatory report to the disciplinary board, on the licensure side. Is that what happens, Michelle? They just start down that road, and then when they...
Yes, it is actually. That's pretty much in my experience in all the years that I worked at a district level. That's what happened.
Okay. So
Okay, I think it's clear. I just want to make sure we're clear because that was one of the concerns with educators is making sure they knew exactly, the clarity. But if you think it's clear,
I hope, and again, we'll rely on Michelle. I think she's got the most experience in the room in this area, but by saying generally these are employment issues, I think that we're saying these start, as employment issues, and then we follow the normal course of action. And of course we have to follow the other rules and laws that are in place.
I would agree with that, the indication to the employee or the educator is that it's going to start at the district level as an employment issue. And generally it can be worked out there, but there is a law, your administrative rule, which is a law that must be followed.
okay, I'm ready to vote.
Okay. Thank you for helping us to clarify that. So we have the motion that was stated before. to accept slide 14 and the speaker notes as have been presented to us on the screen. With no hands up for discussion, we'll go ahead and vote on that. And it looks like there are 4 in favor.
That's correct, Chair.
Thank you, Nora Lee. And your double check is becoming more and more important as the night drags on here. So thanks. Slide 15. We're moving to parental responsibilities. So again, this is an area where we're fleshing out the rule in the training. Again, our audience for this is not necessarily parents, but parents will be able to have a copy of this professional learning and see this, but this is also to define what should be happening on the parent side, even though they're not the direct audience for the professional learning. So let's look at this slide. And this is not a quote from the rule, so we can look at this and do with it what we need to. But parents should start at the school and district level to share concerns or report a potential violation. The rule should not be used by parents or groups of parents in instances that amount to harassing teachers or school administrators by publicly posting their personal information, sometimes called doxing. So I think one of the concerns that our educators have voiced is that, we're all learning on this. There are areas that we've discussed with the rule that come down to judgment calls, and sometimes people see things differently. We had a good discussion about age appropriateness and how that's not so easy to get a consensus on. And so we're going to be working our way through this as LEAs and in communities. And this is just to help our parents understand what their responsibilities are to deal with these things in a responsible manner and try to work things out in a constructive way. So any comments from committee members on this slide? Anything that we need to look at or discuss? Okay, Janet, please.
Okay, there are a couple of things that it may be important to remind educators that in our R277 613-7, it states an LEA shall prohibit abusive conduct. That might be something to put, I don't know if we want to refer to that in the notes, but I think it fits here. And then there is a section of Utah law in the code that states abusive conduct means verbal, nonverbal, or physical conduct of a parent or student directed toward a school employee that, based in its severity, nature, and frequency of occurrence, a reasonable person would determine is intended to cause intimidation, humiliation, or unwarranted distress. A single act does not constitute abusive conduct. So would it be appropriate to put, maybe Patty could give us her opinion if it's appropriate to include things from rule and law as regarding this particular slide that talks about doxing.
So Janet, is your idea, and we'll go to Patty, to include that in the speaker notes for this one, or talking about changing the main slide?
No, I would think it would go in the speaker notes and just kind of fleshes out a little bit what is actually said in law and rule, referring to what's shown on the slide.
Okay, with that clarification, Patty, help us.
I'm wondering if there's a way that we could do it maybe both ways. I know that's not helpful, and I know it's late, but maybe this rule should not be used by parents or groups of parents. And it doesn't have to just, well, I guess our slide title is parents. I was going to say anyone, in instances that amount to harassing teachers or school administrators, and then say, have a colon, and then say by publicly posting their personal information, sometimes called doxing, or by violating R277-613 or 53G-9-605. And so that covers all three of those areas. Isn't in rule or in statute at this point in time. And Jeff, I'll put that in the chat.
Yeah, Patty, can I ask, is there a key word? Janet read through that and I didn't catch all the words, but so we say harassing teachers. Are there other, I think intimidating might have been one of the other words that was there. Could we just add some of the key words from that, from the rule and code, and then save the hard code references for the speaker notes? And then we'll have an appendix as well. But I think that might read better as far as the slide goes.
Yes, agreed.
So what would the words be? Is
It
there
would be
intimidating?
shall prohibit, harassment, abusive conduct, bullying, cyberbullying, hazing, retaliation.
Wow.
There's
Okay.
a lot of them.
On and on and on.
And I think this is more than just parents, though. I think that it's parental responsibility. That maybe is one slide. So maybe we just add a slide that says about profession or conduct, because the parental responsibilities may be the first bullet. The second is everyone. It doesn't matter whether they're a parent or not. It's anyone. So just an idea.
Michelle has her hand up.
Oh, thank you. Michelle,
I think
go ahead,
the
please.
statute, I think that the statute calls all of that behavior abusive conduct. And then all of the list of behaviors is what defines abusive conduct.
So if we said abusive conduct up in the main body on the slide, and then we called out all the specifics and used a quote from it in the notes, would that
Yes,
maybe cover?
yes.
Make sure we get the meaning across, but also make it so we don't get lost in the slide.
I think that that would be more reflective of what the statute says. The statute is called abusive conduct, and then all of that list of different ways that you can abuse an employee or abuse a school employee, define what abusive conduct is.
Okay, Jeff, could we get rid of the code sections and the rule on the slide, and then let's include the specifics of that on the speaker notes. So, so by harassing teachers or by committing other abusive conduct or something like that, bullying or committing other abusive conduct. Okay. And then I don't know, Patty, I heard your other comment about, this being applicable to everyone. I'm not sure how far we can reach with our training right now. I mean, we're talking to administrators in the training. Parents have a right to see the training and certainly are involved in their kids' education. It'd be nice to be able to say everyone should play nice, but trying to govern that with our training is maybe more of a reach than we can do. To have the general public care what's in our rule, I guess. Some of them might, but I kind of think, going out to parents.
Chair Hansen, you froze. You may want to turn your camera off.
Is probably far enough on this. I still not getting my intermittent.
There you go. There you go.
I don't know if you heard what I said, but I think that going out further than parents to try to reach the general public with some of this is maybe a little bit of an overreach, because parents have an ability to look at this and they're involved in the education process. I wish we could get everybody to play nicely together, but I'm not sure that we can make those kind of statements in our training here. Just my opinion on that.
Agreed. Yeah.
So we've got this slide in a position where hopefully we're okay. Brent's got a comment. And then we made some additions to the speaker notes that we'll go to next, but go ahead, Brent.
So I believe we've seen examples of doxing over the last year. I think we've seen it where we had a recording of a teacher put out where there obviously was professional misconduct, but that was still doxing, right? Or am I misunderstanding? Doxing is not a matter of whether it's right or wrong or correct. It's a matter of someone not having their due process. What am I understanding or not understanding in regards to doxing?
I think we could probably go to our legal folks to talk about that in detail, but my understanding of the definition of doxing is by opening people up to potential harm by publicly posting their information. So is that Michelle or Brian? Can you?
Yeah, it's your phone number, your address, way that people can kind of harass you personally. So if I'm going to dox Brent, then I might post his cell phone on social media and put his address on social media, and then people will go and harass him.
Okay. Jenny.
Yeah, some definitions actually include malicious intent behind it. But I think the key thing, just like Brian said, was the posting of personal information with obviously the intent for people to show up, right, or do something with intent harm or abuse or whatever.
Okay. Yeah, these, if you look at the way things are defined, public officials don't have this protection, but private individuals who are, working in our education system, certainly we don't want to expose them to that. There are other ways to deal with problems, other than turns into mob rule when the doxing starts. So are we okay on this slide? Because we'll vote on it with the notes unless there's anything else that needs to be done here. Okay, I'm not seeing any hands. Let's move to the speaker notes then. And it looks like we've had some additions already. Thank you. So the first part of it, so paragraphs 1 and 2 look fine, but what's paragraph 3? Was that? Maybe staff can help us understand that part.
I think that might have been a note in there. Is that correct, Jeff? Because we were a parent complaint process, and then what it stands in there. Is that correct, Jeff?
Yes.
Yeah, so we can delete it. It was a note.
We'll be pulling that. And then we have the addition of the quotes from 277-613 and then from 53G-9605. Okay, is that the quote that we? So we're talking here about a grievance process for a school employee who's experienced abusive conduct. I don't know that we really talk about that on the slide. I guess we could bring it out in the notes. We feel like that's important. That's kind of an addition to what we're talking about here.
Well, if I were a teacher, I'd like to hear something like that in the training process.
Okay.
Absolutely. agree 100%.
Okay, let's keep it in there then. Jenny, your hand's up.
Yeah, no, I do think it needs to be in there. I think there needs to, this isn't a one-way street, right? There needs to know that there's limitations. Yeah, I think I actually have, Jeff, I sent you one and I put slide 13, but it's not really slide 13, it's slide 15, just a addition to the top. And I can read that. I'd like to add, clear policies and transparency in the classroom will help eliminate misunderstandings between educators and parents. Since this train, you can put it down, right at parents, right where their parents, right there. I just think if we can let this, because this is going to administrators primarily, right? Leadership, just reminding them that their clear policies and transparency in the classroom will help eliminate misunderstandings. Just that reminder.
Hey, Jenny,
Go down further, yeah.
there's another slide, and I'm trying to look for it. Let me see. It's actually the last one, the summary and intent slide. I wonder if that would be a good place to put that comment.
Well, I actually want us just to drop the last slide and end it one before. So I guess depending on what we do, I just think it's redundant and it's not necessary. And if so, then I think I have a number of amendments to it, but.
Okay, let's okay, let's look at this then. Do we want to, one other question from me, and it looks like Brent's got his hand up as well. Do we want to add something about the grievance process for the school employee to that main slide? Or do we just want to talk about it on the notes?
Couldn't we just acknowledge, because a district already has to have that in place, right? Am I right in saying that?
Yeah, it's another rule. I mean,
Could we, in accordance, say something like grievance policy in accordance to district LEA policy or something? I don't know. So we don't have to do too much, but we are referencing it because I think it is important.
so as a third paragraph or bullet on that, so we're on that slide. We just add something that says districts must have a grievance process for employees that feel they've been subject to abuse, or I don't know if the wording's exactly right for the statute. What's the word? Is abusive conduct? There you go. Okay.
I think that's a good addition.
Yeah, I think so too. Okay, let's hear from Michelle and then we're going to go to Brent.
Could I just make one suggestion on the text?
Sure.
Could you put the statute that defines what abusive conduct is before the rule that says you can't do abusive conduct? So it would just flip so that the statute comes before the rule in the text.
Oh, good
because
idea.
The statute defines it.
Yep, the statute directs the rule. So yeah. We'll get in trouble too if we put our rules ahead of the statutes. Okay, while we're making that swap, Brent, please go ahead.
Yes, that clear policies and transparency. I like those words. I'd like to add communication in the mix right there.
Okay.
I think that sounds good.
I'm not sure where to fit best, but that's what I'd like to see.
How about just clear policy communication or communication and transparency.
Yeah. I'm fine with adding that. I think transparency includes communication. I mean, that's part of being clear
I do too.
with parents, but if you want to add it, that's fine. It's a good word and something that needs to, the more of that we can get, the better.
I don't think we err. I mean, I don't think we go wrong on adding it in this case.
Okay. So we'll get this sorted out down below with the rules and the code. Then Jeff, we're gonna just add, oh, you've already got it, clear policy, communication. And transparency in the classroom will help eliminate misunderstandings. I think we could wordsmith that some, but I think we get the meaning across. Okay. Any other comments or discussion about either the slide or the speaker notes on 15? Not seeing any hands, so we'll go ahead and vote to, I assume we've got an implicit motion, I guess, but if someone wants to make that a motion to accept the slide and the speaker notes as presented on the screen.
Yes.
Okay, we'll take a motion from Brent on that, and with any discussion, if not, looks like some people are already voting. We'll go ahead and vote. And I think that we are, can't see Brent's.
Unanimous. It's
Okay,
all 4 yeas.
thanks, Norley. Okay, that moves us on to number 16. So this one is more of a summary. Oh, excuse me, this isn't a summary slide. This is about the applicability. We have a section in the rule that talks about this. Basically just summing things up. It doesn't prohibit or ban discussion. The rule shouldn't be applied to promote one ideology over another regarding a topic, including those described in the rule. And I think that we may have some discussion on the speaker notes for that part. But that's a quote from the rule. And then coaching and remediation sessions for a specific educator are exempted from the rule. So there is professional learning that takes place in a one-on-one situation between maybe an HR person or an equity and diversity person and a teacher. And that would not have to jump through all of the kind of procedural hurdles that we've defined in the rule. Those situations can be addressed just on a one-on-one situation. Of course, the people who are involved in doing that coaching will be well aware of the contents of the rule, and but they don't have to get things publicly approved to do that. Jenny. Oh, Board Member Earl.
Sorry, I had to grab a charger for my computer.
Oh,
I just had a, anyways.
If your battery lasted this long, you're doing well.
Well, barely. I have a couple of questions, and I wasn't sure if they need to be asked earlier. I just want to seek some clarification. Can affinity grouping take place? Or is it one of those things that we should not be doing? In other words, even if consent, does it violate the rule? I don't, and that's maybe more of a legal question. I don't know. I have on a couple of things. Can intersectionality charts be used where they are showing oppressed on the top and oppressors on the bottom, and they're dividing people up into groups? Does anyone know?
Okay, well, I think we'll ask our legal folks how they see that it fits, but I think, again, to show an example of a chart and say, this is a philosophy or some ideas that are out there. Here are some opposing ideas to that. I think that, that could be a discussion that could be had in the appropriate class setting with appropriate age group kids to discuss that. Again, when we start to get into promote or endorse those ideas, then I think we run afoul of some of those 4 concepts. That'd be my idea. But let's, if Brian or Michelle want to comment further.
I don't have anything further. I
And
think Patty does.
Am I in line though, Brian, with what you're thinking?
Yeah.
Okay, Patty, please go ahead.
I just wasn't clear on the definition of affinity grouping that you're using. So I'm wondering if I could get more clarification. If it's about grouping together qualitative or quantitative data based on similar characteristics, is that what you're talking about? So for example.
No, I'm talking about dividing children up into groups for activities on their races.
So not
or
affinity grouping. So that's
sexual preferences or, things like that. And then asking them questions related to, it could be a variety of things that they ask in relation to, but where they may even be asking different questions. It's a kind of a form of stereotyping kids by putting them into groups and then assuming that they all would respond in similar fashion. So I just am wondering, and I know that there's probably uses of it that are not abuses, but there are a number of them that are, because they do segregate according to classifications and then require certain things from certain groups. So.
Yeah, I don't have anything further than what Chair Hansen said.
Okay. I just want to make sure, because if we're looking for clarity, right? Making sure educators understand clarity. Some of these practices are going on, and even privilege walks where you divide kids up and ask questions and they move forward or backwards based on their privilege. So I just am wondering if those thoughts on those, which is intended to draw out certain emotions and such. So.
Yeah, and I think Jenny, and again, just one board member here, but you could certainly look at those kind of activities and then look at the 4 concepts that have to be addressed within specific, bounds. And I think that most of what we may be seeing that's disturbing would probably run afoul of those because of the promote and endorse part of that.
I think I'm asking more for public to listen. Does that make sense?
Uh-huh.
And I think in my mind, many of these actions are very clear that they do violate those areas. I just wanted clarification if we're seeing, do you know what I mean? Where it's dividing people up according to oppressor or privilege or something like that. Just that it needs to be taken into consideration what the actual intent is and where it's going. So.
Yeah, and there may be probably a good thing to raise in our board meeting as we go forward so that we can maybe not have that discussion at 10 o'clock at night in this forum, but get into it a little bit further. But I think that, as I guess what I said is what I'll stand by, that, the rule's pretty clear on not promoting several harmful ideas. And if the purpose of those activities is to do that, then they would, I think, run afoul of the rule. But Brent has a comment, I think.
Just to add to what you said, Chair, we have processes already in place, even before this rule, for dealing with some of those things. We're directing districts to we have hotlines, we have all these things to where we can deal with these things in appropriate ways. And if something is a foul or a miss, we have the processes in place to deal with that. And we don't have to dox in order to have our voices heard and to take care of situations that are inappropriate.
Okay, let's get to this slide, and we still have a couple left. So any comments specifically to this slide, changes that we need to make, language? I think this is just specific quotes from the rule, I believe, on this slide. If there aren't any further comments on the slide itself, let's go to the speaker notes. Okay, Jenny, please.
I have two additions. One of, and Jeff, I think I sent it to you the wrong slide number again. I think I sent it 15 and we're on 16. And I'd like it placed, let's see, including those described in the rule. And this may be a little bit redundant, you'll have to help me, but it's nothing in this statute prohibits teachers or students from discussing public policy issues of the day or ideas that individuals may find unwelcome, disagreeable, or offensive, nor should any public education employee compel a teacher or student to discuss public policy issues of the day without their consent. It's allowing educators and students to, you know, if it's something they're not comfortable with, it gives them the ability to, oh, Jeff, did I get you that sent?
Yes, I just missed where you wanted me to.
Oh, just, okay, sorry. Let me look back at my notes again. My apology. Describe in the rule. So describe in the rule and then add it there. So down, go down, go down. Oh, I don't know where you're at now, so. Yeah, I think, does that make sense there? Yeah, I think we're good there. And then I'll send you the other one. And once again, and this is actual law we have. So it's 53 G 10202. Sorry, I haven't sent it yet. And it talks about constitutional freedoms in the school. My computer is running really sluggish. Just a second. Oh, I wonder if my, oh. I don't know, maybe my computer's not charging. I'm at 1%, so I'll see if I can send this real quick before it dies. Sorry, I know we're late. Okay, well, oh, maybe it's going to let me do it. I'm sorry. It's 53 G 10202. I can't get it to It's still saying my computer's not plugged in, but. Okay, should I just read it? My apologies. So maintaining constitutional freedom in the public schools, and it says any instructional activity, performance, or display which includes examination of or presentation about religion, political or religious thought or expression, or the influence thereof on music, art, literature, law, politics, history, or any other element of the curriculum, including the comparative study of religions, which is designed to achieve secular educational objectives included in the context of a course or activity conducted in accordance with applicable rules or policies of the state and LEA governing board, may be undertaken in the public schools. So it's just the number one of that. And I guess we could include 4 as well. School officials, employees may not use their position to endorse, promote, disparage a particular religion, denomination, or atheistic view or viewpoint. I think in place of examples, I think the law itself very much articulates exactly what we're trying to say here. And then I would just strike the last paragraph. So. That's my.
Did you want the full section of code copied and put in here, or do you want just a reference?
I think number 1 and 4 probably, unless anyone else has other they want to add, but I think 1 and 4 I think are maybe relevant. Everybody else has fallen asleep. Sorry, guys.
We're
One more, right?
Still here with you.
All right. Or 2 more.
Number 2 may be appropriate in there as well, because that's a question that we get a lot, that we would get as superintendents as well.
Thanks, Jeff. That would be my recommendations on that one.
Yeah, I'm not sure that we're seeing all of it. Let's see. Okay, so where would 53, you just put that in instead of the example?
Yes, that's what I would recommend.
Okay. And is there a general objection to the example that's there, or you feel like it's covered by the code, or just not necessary?
I actually feel like the other is broader. In other words, this seems pretty narrow to me. It really reflects a broad scope of things that come up in the school. So
So how does the code answer the question about flags? Because I know that's one that's come up from superintendents. How would we, if I'm the superintendent and I've got the question about a BLM or a pride flag?
Oh, I didn't realize we were specifically supposed to address flags here, but is that what the intent?
No, I mean,
This
that's
one?
one, this
Oh.
is one that came up, but how would, I'm just trying to think, if I've got a practical example of something that comes up in my school and I'm a superintendent, then how does the code section inform me as to that? And we haven't addressed every example. I just know that this is one that came up. I think Patty had her hand up. Maybe you want to comment more on that, Patty?
No, it was just more along the same that if we could lighten the load of some of our superintendents by giving them some direction on their frequently asked questions or hottest topics that they're trying to address at their schools at this time, this would be one of the questions that I would say is one of the hottest topics. And so to be able to address it here instead of through virtual email, lots of emails that are coming in, that was the intent, to have that as an example.
Okay.
But would the code inform us on stuff like, I mean, this is one example. There's probably others as well. If we just look at that, and I can't see it on my screen, that section of code.
Well, it does say school officials and employees may not use their position to endorse, promote, or disparage any particular religion, denominational, sectarian, agnostic, or atheistic view or viewpoint. So I don't know, does that, and maybe we need to be more specific, right? That's Patty, that's what you're kind of saying. They're seeing this and they like to have it addressed somewhere, right? Is that what I'm hearing? Okay.
Yes, that was one of the questions asked specifically.
And I guess I was looking at the promote one over another and felt that this really emphasized that.
I think the code section is really on target. And I don't have a problem including it. I just wonder if we need to exclude that, or is our example appropriate? Do committee members feel like that is? Does that help to define what promote one over another or endorse means? When it says that a flag from BLM or Pride could be appropriate during a discussion on a topic, but not appropriate when it's posted permanently in a prominent place in the classroom. Is that, we feel like that's a good example? Go ahead, Brent.
So I've actually had experience with this. And for National History Day, I've had situations where students did their topic, but which fit the theme. And that's the only requirement. It has to fit the theme on LGBTQ issues as well as others. And so, yeah, I think having that example in there, that there are appropriate times where that may be acceptable. I know years ago, and it caused quite an uproar, a teacher used a Nazi flag and had it up, and she would use it in the lesson, but it became a major controversy. Symbols are very powerful, both to teach and also to cause conflict. And so teachers have to be, this gives a little bit of leeway to use it professionally, but at the same time, not to put one above the other as far as what we're trying to accomplish here.
So Brent, with that comment, where would you go with this? Would you include the code, strike the example, keep the code in the example, strike the code? What's your feel? I just want to get a feel for where we are so we can either make some changes or get on with the vote or do what we need to do.
You can leave the example in. I guess I'm seeking clarity and trying to simplify, but it sounds like we want to make sure we articulate that. The examples, I'm fine with the example being left in.
Okay.
Yeah, I like the example because, but I think of art. Some people consider certain forms of art to be pornographic, whereas other people don't. And so sometimes we get these nebulous arguments going on about what's appropriate and what's not. I think the example is useful. I just worry that we need more examples, but at the same time, we can't or shouldn't go there. But I think if you look at the core standards, you deal with religion. You cannot talk about the Middle East and the country of Israel and city of Jerusalem without bringing in 3 world religions into the discussion. And it's not taught from, it's taught from a different viewpoint than trying to convince of religion. It just brings it into the context of the discussion. So
Okay.
there's a lot of information there. A lot of information. I worry about becoming too large of a presentation, but I'm not against having the law in there. I don't see anything wrong with it.
Okay, so that being said, I think that we're, Jeff, if you can help us, we'll keep the example in. We need to look at the way we order this, and then we need some kind of an intro for that 53G 10202, or we'll run into the problem that Patty talked to us about before, where the presenter is just gonna, get to a certain point in the presentation and say, 53G 10202, and then start reading that. So we need a one-liner to get us into that.
Yeah.
So I think it needs to maybe move up. The rule should, where it says the rule should not be applied in a way that will promote one ideology over another regarding a topic, including those described in rule, and then we list it there. And then the session, does that make sense?
Sure.
And then examples at the bottom.
Okay, so we pull that up. We need to pull 4 up as well. I don't think you got all of that when you came up with it, Jeff, there. Okay. Does that look like what we want to do? And I just, additionally, I think that after this training goes out, we are going to get questions. We're going to bring home a list of those questions, and we'll probably attach, next year, a frequently asked questions page to it that has some more guidance. But we've just got to get out in the field and figure out where the places are that we need to do a better job explaining. Okay. Jenny, you've got your hand up.
Oh, sorry.
Okay. Are we ready on this one? Any other comments or questions, suggestions? Seeing no hands, I would appreciate a motion to accept. We're on slide number 16 with the slide as we reviewed it and the speaker notes that are on the screen amended as we see them now. We have anyone who'd make that motion?
So moved, Chair, Board Member Cannon.
Thank you, Janet. Any comment or discussion to the motion? Seeing none, please vote. Okay, that's 4 green checks, Nora Lee. Out of the one eye that I still have open, I can see all 4 of them.
Yes, that's correct, Chair.
Okay.
Oh, I wish you'd turn on your video for that one eye picture.
I'm still right here with you guys. I just don't have great internet. So there we go. So next slide, violations. I think we said this before. Do the speaker notes add more to this? Doesn't look like it. Patty and Jeff, is this redundant? Just, we want to clarify and make the point, or?
It almost seems redundant now that we have more information in the previous slide on it. So we can either take it off the other slide or we could delete this slide.
Okay, in the flow of the presentation, does it make more sense to have that material here? I mean, we could move the other slide to this place. I don't remember what the graphics on the other slide look like.
I just think we remove it. We've hashed through this, it seems like.
Okay.
It's just, it is a repetitive to me.
Any reason that we shouldn't do that from staff?
I would think that maybe after this is presented, that staff might have some good input for us on how it goes and what is needed, and if we should,
Hey.
how we should adapt to how it goes.
Whether we should do another 6-hour meeting?
Yeah.
All right, I think here in a consensus that we should just delete this slide. Jenny, you've got your hand up. No, maybe not. Board Member Earl? Okay, I will entertain a motion to delete slide number, and make sure I get the number right, 17, along with the speaker notes.
So moved, Chair.
Okay, we have the motion before the committee. All those, well, please go ahead and vote on that.
I'm sorry, tell me the motion real quick. I had to slide in the other room for one of my kids.
Motion is to get rid of the slide 17 in the notes.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Okay. And have you got our vote, Norley?
Yes, it's unanimous.
All right, thank you. One more slide. Guys, it looks like we're on a final summation slide. Summary and intent. Jenny already showed us her hand and says that she thinks this is redundant and would be in favor of getting rid of it. Let's have other board members take a look at the slide, and let's have the discussion we need to here. Ideas, comments? Brent, please.
One thing I do like about this is it feels like a positive end to me, to the presentation.
Okay, so helpful in that regard that we end kind of on a high note, showing the positives that come from the rule. Hey, Janet, please.
Yes, I think it's probably a good summation to say this encompasses where we've been and what we're trying to do. Under students, it says students create of acceptance and belonging. What do we mean? What's that supposed to say?
I think it was supposed to be create an environment of, or something like that. I think create an environment of.
Well, I like that even better than just creative.
Yeah, it is a little awkward.
Yeah, Jenny, you've got your hand up. I don't know if that was from before.
Well, if we're gonna keep it, then we'll be here a little while. I have some amendments I want to add to this, so
Okay.
I don't know that
Jack,
it's.
let's get rid of it then.
It just, huh?
Yeah.
I just don't know that it's necessary to reiterate all this, but I would say our actual goal with the students is to access high quality education. Back to our original document right from the first, that's what we stated. That was the goal for our students, is to access high quality education. And that may include a variety of things. So I would recommend, oh, hold on. Yeah, it's got to go in here because we don't have, I don't know if there's yeah.
No, there aren't any speaker notes on this one. This is just the slide. Right now, you could certainly add speaker notes if we want to do that. So you're not saying delete that bullet, you're saying add another bullet?
No, I don't love the bullet either, but
Okay.
It's too soft for me, I guess. I want our kids to be able to have opportunities and access high quality education. That's what I see for students. I don't know. Then do you want me to keep going?
Yeah, let's, if we can put Jenny's amendments in a different color so that we can see those and we can talk through those and see. And then it looks like Janet also has some ideas about this one.
So access high quality education. Should I go to teacher? And like I said, I'm sure I'll get voted down, but I don't really care for the first one. Under teacher, establish professional learning communities committed to continual improvement. That's the wording we used. So I'm just reiterating what we're actually saying. So establish professional learning communities committed to continual improvement. And provide guidelines for appropriate classroom discussion. I just don't feel like that was the main thrust of what we were doing. If we wanted to put something around appropriate curriculum or things but discussions to me seem to kind of limiting compared to what we did with teachers. So I just feel like that needs to be worked a little different. Anyways. Classroom materials, I don't know.
What about instruction there?
Yeah, content would work, or even instruction, but I feel like that's the gist of it. The discussions was it was a part, but it wasn't, I mean, we're just kind of summarizing, right? The overall. And then this one doesn't have, the idea of arbitrating specific complaints and agreements. Did we have something about that? I think I missed that. Because I had a concern with, anyways, I'll look back, I'll address it next week.
I think, Jenny, that we talked about the complaint process and the discipline.
Yeah, but there was a specific one that said that, well, anyways, I'll look back and just address it next week if I can find it, unless I can find it real quick, but
it's on that one.
I don't see that. I guess what I see their role is, it is an arbitrator, but more than an arbitrator, they are to provide help in providing clarity, so there isn't ambiguity. But I'm not sure how to do that. They are an arbitrator, but I think more than that is we're trying to stay out of that realm completely, right? Not that we can't. I'm not suggesting that, but I think I don't know. Does that make sense what I'm trying to say? I should have written this one down. I just wrote a comment about it. I didn't actually write down what I wanted to word it, but okay.
Board Member Earl, on the first bullet, would it be appropriate for what you're saying to say provide the appropriate supports, clarification and supports for students, parents, and teachers, or to students, parents, and teachers? So we add those two things in there about the clarification.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine. I think that's what they're going to do, right? They're going to make sure that things are clear so that there's no, we don't have teachers worrying and we don't have parents concerned because there's that clarity and transparency piece going on. Okay.
So Jeff, it's provide the appropriate clarification and supports.
Yeah, I think that works for me. And then just last on parents, I would include work with educators to access resources and opportunities for their children. child or children, however, I don't know how that needs to go on there. Okay, those would be what I would recommend.
Okay, comments from other board members or discussion?
I'm just wondering on the first one, did you pull these things from from the Rule 328?
Yeah.
Okay, I can't find the high quality education in 328.
We have it, where did I pull it? Not the actual rule, but our language in here. Let me see if I can find it.
Yeah, because I found some of the things in 328, but I didn't find that one.
Give me just a second. I don't know if it's actually in the rule or if it's part of our dialogue we've had here. If you went back to, hold on.
An early slide.
Yeah, one of the earlier slides that we did had that on it because I tried to take the language from what we'd already had in place.
I'm sorry, it's in the definition of educational equity from the rule.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's right. Access to
okay,
high quality
thank you.
education. So, and that's our guarantee. That's why I thought that's what needs to be. That's the intent, right? So. That's all I have.
Just reading this over now. Anyone else have comments?
Can you make it a little bigger? I'm having trouble seeing some of it. Thank you.
So is the create environments of acceptance and belonging, is that our language? Meaning, is that, what language did we specifically use?
Yeah, it's a sense of belonging and support and inclusion. So environment, maybe it needs to be belonging and support there. That's the language that I see, at least. That's inclusion. So belonging and support, yeah.
So is acceptance in there?
There's no acceptance in there
Okay.
in the definition.
So I think belonging and support more so than.
So
My
we
computer is sluggish.
talking then, Jeff, about striking acceptance and just have an environment of belonging and support, I think is what is there. Okay, committee members, how does that look? So these are the, I guess, the benefits for each, or the goals for each of the groups. Is that, they kind of look like a mismatch, kind of a mismatch of different things under each of the headings. But so students under the rule are going to have an environment of belonging and support and have access to high quality education. Teachers, for them, this should preserve academic freedom, provide guidelines for appropriate classroom instruction, and establish professional learning communities committed to continued improvement. Administrators provide appropriate clarification Is that direction or clarification and supports for students, parents, and teachers? Is clarification the right word, or is that direction?
What's stated as clarification.
Okay, that makes sense to everyone in that context. Okay. Arbitrate specific complaints and disagreements, okay. And then parents are going to have transparency about the what, to the what and the how equity is being addressed, to the what and how equity is being addressed in the classroom. Does that sentence read okay to everyone?
Yeah,
Okay. Then
because it's the transparency piece, right? And the, yeah.
with educators to assess to access resources and opportunities for their child. All right. Sorry, I
Chair
had
Hansen?
those out loud. Yes, go ahead, Patty.
I don't mean to belabor it, but in being parallel is what the students will do. So on the parents one, it's not parallel because we're saying the parents will provide transparency. But we're actually saying that's what the educator.
Yeah, that's what I was struggling with,
Yeah.
kind of, and I wonder if it's provides. So if these are what does the heading say? The summary and intent. Maybe it's
they are provided.
The rule provides transparency, or is that right? Can we say provides transparency to the what and how, and parents should work? I don't know. Jeff can play with it for a minute. But all the way through, I think that we have to look at that and try and make it parallel.
Works with what Jeff put in there.
To be provided with transparency. Right, transparency. Okay. While Jeff is looking through that and trying to make that all parallel, which I think is a big task, Brent, please go ahead.
I was afraid you'd say that because I guess I'm a little bit of a loss of words. That may sound odd, but so under teachers, professional learning communities already exist. So we're establishing a professional learning community just for this, because that's a very general statement. Establish professional learning communities committed to continued improvement. That's definitely true, except that that's the goal. That's what they're trying to accomplish, but they've existed for some time now. In some way, they've always existed, but now they're a little more formalized. So I don't think that's what we're trying to accomplish.
So are you suggesting work with professional learning communities committed to community?
No,
You're saying, Brent, that isn't necessarily a key point from this rule, that those already exist?
yeah, and I feel the same way about access to high quality education. That's so broad. I mean, it absolutely is an important goal. I mean, it's what we talk about, environment, and I just see it as getting too wordy with it's not necessary.
I told you we should drop this slide completely.
Well, after you ruined it. All right. So,
oh, hey.
Okay, so
yeah. That's
why I don't really feel like I can give this justice, and I probably shouldn't even have tried to speak to it. I'm just trying to be honest. But I'm not calling the effort dishonest either. So I know I was a little snappy there, but what time is it? All right, so here's my thought. Here's my thought. This is going to get hammered out again anyway. So which way do we want to have this discussion? As the slide started out or as the slide is now? That's because we're going to have this discussion one way or another. What do we want it to look like? I'll end there for right now.
Okay, let me just, I guess, weigh in on what I'm thinking here. I'm fine on the first one with the access to high quality education because that is referenced in the rule. I wonder with teachers if one of the important features of the rule is to establish a complaint process, and maybe that's for parents as well, but establish a process to address complaints and discipline. It seems like from the discussions and the comment that we've been having that is a key part of this rule and training. So I wonder if some language there might be appropriate, maybe instead of the professional learning. I see that as kind of something we've referenced, but maybe we're piggybacking on something that's already been established and working in schools. For administrators, I think that's fine. And for parents, I think the transparency is really the key part of the rule. I don't necessarily know that the access to resources and opportunities is the key part of it, but the transparency and knowing what's going on in the classroom and having that communication with teachers certainly is. So I would be in support of a couple of changes here to the students one. I'd propose that we add a complaint process language to the teachers, leave the administrators the way it is and keep the parents the way that it was. So strike that last, the addition with the resources and opportunities. And I guess that's an amendment to what Jenny has out there. I'd be happy to hear other comments from board members, and then we'll need to get this in some semblance of a motion so that we can make a vote on this. I see Brent's got his hand up again. Brent. Okay, Janet, we haven't heard from you on this one.
Well, as I was listening, I felt that your suggestions about adding something to teachers and parents regarding what is discussed in the presentation about a complaint process, some action that both bodies have, would be a good addition to this rule. After all, this slide is to be a summation of what's been presented. So I thought that was a good suggestion, Scott.
Okay. Any other comments, Janet, to the other ideas that have been laid out here?
Yeah, I was sort of reviewing 328, to pick out the points that Jenny had suggested, and yeah, found those were in there, and so I think we should make it a good, strong summation.
Okay, maybe the way to do this quickly is just to go one by one through this. So looking at students, we have a suggestion to an edit on the board, and I'm just going to have we'll do a motion and a vote hopefully for each of these so that we can clean them up without having to do it all in one but with regard to students, I'm ready to entertain a motion that we accept the language that's on the screen as a summary for the students. Does anyone want to make that motion?
I'll make that motion.
Okay, Janet has made the motion. Any discussion? Not, I think I lost my view here where I can see hands, but doesn't look like we have any. Committee members, please vote on the student portion of this. Okay, it looks like
It passed unanimously.
passed unanimously. Thanks, Nora Lee. And I'm, for some reason, some of the committee members have drifted off my screen. I have to scroll through to see them now. Now we're moving on to teachers. And we have, in this one, we've got preserve academic freedom, provide guidelines for appropriate classroom instruction. Not sure where we are with this. I think the suggestion that I had was to have that, and I know that Jeff's put it in place down on administrators. Is there a thought there, Jeff, as to that might fit better with the administration part?
The only reason why I moved it down there is because the administrators are the ones responsible pursuant to R277113 to have the complaint process in place. So it wouldn't be the teacher's responsibility to implement the complaint process. It would be up to the LEA level.
Okay. I can understand that. If, I mean, we're looking at a summary here of what's going on. I think that we're a little bit unclear about whether these are the benefits for each of these or the responsibilities for each of these, or but okay, let's look then at the modifications that have been made to teachers. Do I have a motion to accept that language?
Chair, this is
Yeah.
Board Member Cannon.
Yes.
I believe that Board Member Straight made a comment that we already have ongoing professional learning communities. And they are mentioned in the rule, but I felt like there was more focus in the presentation, and especially that slide that spoke to the ability that teachers have to avoid being harassed or abused. So I would prefer to remove the bullet about professional learning communities and add something that references back to
Protection from doxing, or
protection from doxing,
or what was the other words that we used there? Abusive behavior,
abusive conduct, I think.
abusive conduct. Okay, so that's your motion. Then let's get the language there that you want.
Yeah.
And
Maybe a suggestion,
yeah,
put that in the terms of rights and responsibilities. I don't know, maybe I'm off track.
okay, you have to be, at this time of the night, you're gonna have to be a little bit more concrete for me to
Oh,
understand.
geez. Okay.
Um,
Well, the idea is to protect. Is protection, okay, I'm fine with that.
Okay,
Sorry, I will be quiet.
all right.
It would need to have a verb in front of it to be parallel.
So we got provide, and here we've got protection. So you're saying provide protection? And another provide? Or protect? There we go.
Yeah.
Okay, is that your motion then, Janet?
Yes, that will be my motion of the teachers.
Okay, any discussion to this motion? Okay, we'll go ahead and vote then, please, committee members, on the teacher portion. And I see Jenny is a no, and then we've got 3 yeses. Is that what you see, Nora Lee?
That's correct, Chair.
Okay. And that moves us to the administrator portion. the language on the screen. Do we have anyone who will move to adopt the language that we have there?
Sure, I'll make that motion.
Motion from member Straight. Any discussion?
It also needs to have a verb on the complaint process.
Right. And we've got to get rid then of the should be in place if we do that.
Maybe the word is ensure.
Ensure a complaint process is in place pursuant to.
That's good.
Okay. A motion then to adopt that language. Is that from you, member Straight?
Yes,
Okay, discussion to the motion. Seeing none, please vote. And looks like 4 yeses on that.
That's correct, Chair.
Great, we're to the last one on parents. And the language we have on the screen now is to be provided transparency regarding what and how equity is being introduced in the or addressed in the classroom. Do we have a motion to adopt that language?
I'll make that motion. Board Member Straight.
Okay, any discussion to that motion?
I just really think, yeah,
Okay,
working with educators to access resources and opportunities for their child, even if that needs to be reworded, that is, we addressed that several times throughout our whole thing. And so to then just get it down to, okay, tell us what equity is about. I think we're totally missing the mark on this, because that's throughout the whole thing. We talk about working with parents and such for the accessing of these resources. So I think we're missing it.
okay, so
Well, here's an idea.
go ahead.
What about that line where we had policies, communication, and transparency?
We can look back to that. I was thinking along the same lines that, opening communication with educators, something along that line. What was the, Jeff, can you scroll back to where we talked about that? We actually had a line that said that communication will prevent issues or something like that.
So something policies,
It's a clear policy communication and transparency in the classroom will help eliminate misunderstandings between educators and parents.
That's the what and the how.
Mhm. So can we build on that though to make this statement?
What is it that we don't like about that particular statement that's listed there?
Me personally, I've lost it now from the screen. I'm sorry,
Yeah,
Jeff.
that's okay.
2 or 3 places at once. But I don't know that we've talked specifically about the resources and opportunities in this rule. We talked about it in other rules. But I don't know that that's well, we do talk about resources.
I thought the whole thing was about accessing
No,
resources and
I'm-
opportunities.
I'm sorry. Yeah, we do talk about educational equity and access to resources. It's getting late for all of us, I
I
think.
know.
Apologize. But again, I see I guess, Jenny, we've got a movement amongst the 4 members, it looks, to try to reword this to get to something. If
I know,
we
I'm seeking
look at what
clarification, what's wrong, so that we can fix whatever's not palatable.
Okay, for me personally, I guess it's more about the communication with the educators, I think, is what we're stressing. But then I don't think this statement is necessarily anything wrong with it. I just don't know that it, for me, addresses the thrust of the rule, I guess, for the parents to be doing that. And maybe I'm not seeing it correctly because of the lateness of the hour, and I should go back and reread the rule. Any other comments from other committee members?
My mind's stuck. And I'm feeling mean. All right, so.
You can just vote on it. I'll just vote no. You can just vote on it. We don't need to.
Yeah, well, if we have a motion to adopt this the way that it's written, we can vote on that. If you want to raise a motion to include that, we can vote on that, Jenny. I'm open for a motion.
I move that we accept what's here, including this line that's stricken at the bottom.
Okay, we have a motion before the committee. Any discussion to the motion? Okay, board members, please go ahead and vote. And see, Jenny, making the last motion of the night pays off.
Yeah.
Looks like
Jenny, you've worn us down.
looks like
Oh,
we're
goodness.
So Chair Hansen,
Yes.
I apologize. You want to take the vote, but there's one more thing we have to do.
Yep.
Okay,
So you
I
had
know.
the preamble.
it's ready. It's ready and it's beautiful. So
No, you had the preamble part, and I haven't forgotten, actually. It isn't the last motion, sorry. So we do have that language. If Jeff can throw that up, please, on the screen.
and just for so it's on there, and then it could just be added to slide 2, so we wouldn't need to create a separate slide. It fits right in with the overview of what's going to be occurring. Slide 2 just states the overview, and then so we could add this language right to slide 2 if it fits with the board.
So that's the main components of the rule. Is that what's on slide 2?
Yes.
Okay, and then just to the speaker notes. The training includes the components, includes multiple references to 217 and to 613. Okay. We have some language in front of us. And I would entertain a motion to adopt these and include them as speaker notes on slide 2. I would assume at the end of the speaker notes on slide 2. Do we have a board member who's ready to make? Jenny, you've got your hand up.
Yeah, the other thing I think we should reference in here would be just the civil rights, Title VI, as you know, in 504. So
okay,
we've got rules, but I do think those other two are very relevant to our dialogue and familiarity with them. So
do we reference those in any of the other speaker notes? For the other
all the way through, when we say laws, but then we don't, I think we do a disservice to not include that. somehow. we left laws so broad, I don't know that, anyways.
Okay. Any support for that idea? I guess I can just ask. Okay, Jenny, it doesn't look like there's more support for that. If you'd want to raise that as a motion to amend the motion that's in front of us, we can certainly do that.
Okay, we reference it numerous times, even for supporting documentation and such. But
Okay, did you want, so the motion that I'll look for right now is to adopt the language that's on the screen as speaker notes for slide 2 to be added to the end of the notes that we already have. If there are comments or amendments to that motion, I'd be happy to entertain those. I see none. We'll go ahead and vote on that motion. And what have you got, Nora Lee?
I show that passed 3-1 with member Jenny Earl is a nay.
Okay, thank you. And that, I believe, will be the last motion of the evening. Have we done everything that we need to, Patty? Have we?
Yes, thank you. And a big thanks to Norley for spending her vacation with us. Sorry, and apologize to your family.
I don't know what time zone you're in, Norley, but I hope you're okay.
We're all
Okay.
good. Thank you.
Yep. Thank you to all the staff and committee members that have been able to hang with us tonight to get through this. I think that we've had some good discussions. We have a product now that we can pass on to the board. And I'm sure there'll be more discussion there, but it's really important to get this out to the field so that we can start working with this rule. And it will be a learning process, I'm sure. I imagine that we'll be back addressing these things again, and welcome the chance for more discussion and to refine things and make them better as we go forward. So thanks very much and good night.
Thank you, Scott.
If you're driving tonight, drive carefully. I hope everyone's home.
We are. Sorry for being snappy, Jenny.
I think late night, but thanks everyone. Appreciate it.
Ah.